Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Hello guys, my name's Calamative Joe. Welcome back to a Minecraft YouTube live stream on the Calamative Joe YouTube channel. I'm gonna copy this bit here. I'm gonna stick it in my Discord server. I'm gonna put it in the general chat because that's probably the easiest place for people to find it, so they know that I'm generally streaming right now. Hello, Rafsa9. Well, Rafa9. Hello, hello, Giannis Mataskew. Hello, Pixel King. Welcome to the stream. Oh, my Joy-Cons died, guys. Look, I can't move I can't move. Let's just hold on. See if it finds it. You can press a button on the Switch and it will vibrate so you can find the controller. Genius, isn't it? How's my day going? My day's only just started. I wrote a bit of a book last night because I've been writing a novel for a couple of months. I've been writing a novel for a couple of months. I watched a load of films last night, guys. I watched a load of films. I watched a film called Rust. It came out this year. It's the film that Alec Baldwin was filming when he accidentally shot and killed the cinematographer. But everything against him got dropped, but the armourer went to prison. The armourer went to prison because she didn't hand him the because of negligence. That would not happen in the UK. What happens to what happened to the cinematographer probably wouldn't happen in the UK, because in the UK it's illegal to do a film. If you're doing a film with guns, you have to have two armourers. You have to have two armourers, one putting the bullet in and one watching and one supervising. To have a gun on a UK set, to have a gun on a UK film set, you've got to have two armourers, one to do it and one to watch, to make sure a live bullet doesn't go in. And because there was only one person, America you can do it with one. But want to subscribe? I'm a bit confused with what you mean. You can subscribe if you want to. But yeah, generally, here comes the binman. Why do you have a spear? That's an arrow. That's arrows. That's an arrow. That's not a spear. Okay, subscribe. Oh, thank you for subscribing. That's really kind of you. Yes, the arrows. I don't have any of the updates past 1.12 because this is Legacy Console Edition. Guys, kind of does look like a spear. Do you know what? It does. I've never noticed that before. I don't know what to build here. I flattened this area down. This area here, I pushed the hill back thinking I'd be looking for a space to build the circus tent. Obviously that circus tent wouldn't have fit on here. What should I build here? This is part of the minigame area, so we could actually build a minigame. We could build one. Oh, we could build a minigame down here and then have another one up here. Don't know. We're going to do some normal thingamajiggy bobbies today. We're going to get some enchantments get some XP levels, because I want to add, I can't add fire protection, but I want to add unbreaking to these. Then I want to add a couple of other things. I want to have better boots. I want to improve the grand boots of Calamative Joe. I want to go better than them now. I want Depth Strider 4. I want Depth Strider 4 so I don't have to. So I'm quicker in the water. Is there Depth Strider 4 or am I wrong? Is it Depth Strider 3? How is everybody on this stream today? How is everybody? I apologise for sounding a bit ill yesterday. I just choked. I choked on air. I just had a cough. I just coughed, and then it mucked my throat up and made me sneeze a lot. Guys, we're only 26 subs off 7,300 now. Tell you what, guys, I was searching my hard drive the other night. How many? I found an image from a long time ago. How many subscribers do you think I had in this image? I found an old image. From a few years ago, and it made me feel so weird. I found a screenshot from 2017, guys. I found a screenshot from 2017. Unlimited gunpowder. Yeah, so yeah, saying that, guys, the other day I literally found a screenshot from 2017 and it said Calamity of Joe, 3,000 views, 3,000 lifetime views, 101 subs. Here we go. So, just want to kill this. We're now 100% safe because that skeleton can't get out of there. There's no way out of there. Well, we were 100% safe until... I'm not even going to kill the baby ones because there's just no point. Hurt! Oh! Take that out! So the baby ones are harmless. They're little beautiful creatures. Now, you can go, please. Here we go. So, I think we've gotten the hang of this. I don't know how many XP levels I need to improve to put those things on my boots, but I think we're doing well though. Oh, it's him. He didn't die. Here we go. Oh shit. He's definitely dead. That creeper's definitely dead. He's shot off. Right, so we're almost there. That one there's looking around for his mate. This one here was looking around for his mate. Sadly, this sun must be rising. Yeah, it's becoming daytime now. I can see the sun rising. Sometimes we might see a mob there, but nothing. Don't see any. There normally is a scattering around here, but there just isn't. Surprising. I can see a skeleton right over here, but it's best to just let that skeleton be, I think. Nothing. Interesting. Did you drop your controller then? So I'm going to go this way, I think, because I've got items that I need to put in a chest. So Let's have some fun, guys. Let's have some fun. Guys, suggest some build ideas, please. La 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 la. Unless I haven't seen some people's comments, some people's comments haven't appeared. Thank you giving me for some this music app, but I'm not really interested. Oh my god. It's on the cold side, guys, it's on the cold side. La la. I like our work yesterday, connecting all of this up to what it used to be. Except that used to never be stone, it used to be wood. I like it, guys. I like it. It looks the same. Can we go this way? No. Because of how much bone we've got. Because of how much bone we've got. I was about to say I couldn't remember if we could go this way, which we unfortunately cannot go any further that way. So if I was to go and chop this, let's just pick up all that shit. If I was to go this way, could I actually go that way? And unfortunately, the answer that we're going to have to accept is no. And the answer that we're going to have to accept, guys, is no. So let's just dump everything that we don't need in here for now. We're going to... Alright, that should be fine for now. So... What's here? Could we potentially do this? That's why we did that then. That's why that's there, so we can get to the redstone. I was about to say we could... Shit the bed. There's a lot of mobs in here, guys. Okay. let's not do that. Let's go this way. Let's just put a couple of torches here a minute. Might as well keep that doorway open now, I think. That doorway down here, we might as well reopen this because it will come straight into here. In fact, these would have lined up once. This would have lined up. It did line up once. That used to be a room, guys, but we basically, what happened was that I decided that I didn't need it. That staircase there used to go down further onto the into here, but I got rid of it recently so I could create an extra ice tunnel to somewhere. Basically, this corridor here was never meant to line up, but I didn't line it up. Me and Decepted found it eventually, so Decepted lined it up. But then recently I decided that we didn't need this staircase to line up anymore. So we had creepers explode into here and things spawn in here, but no more. We won't have them do that anymore because this room, we're going to make this room a room. We're going to make this area something. We're going to make this area something. We're going to make this area something useful. We'll turn it into. This is borderline flat. We might as well just. Essentially, guys, the room already this could definitely be a room. This is just a corridor. This is just it just happens to this will just happen to secretly line up. This will just happen to secretly line up with the cart with the. This just happens to secretly line up. Hello, Truthfully Yours. Welcome to the stream. So this just happens to. This corridor, what we're making here just happens to line up with this old staircase, so. How wide is this room? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. Yeah, 5. We could actually make 2 rooms here. Hello, Bartots Zontank. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Right, so perfecto. Hello, Minecrafter Z16. Welcome to the stream. I am in an old room which I dug out and got rid of, but I inadvertently walked into it. Making this corridor here, I inadvertently walked into an old staircase and an old room that I'd abandoned. So we're designing this to be like a mob spawning, not really a mob spawning, but we're aiming this to be just a place where we put the stuff from our mob spawning challenges. So shit, that's what's directly above that. Did I pick the redstone up from that? Right. Bollocks, but we're going to have to do that anyway, because it gets lower here. It has to get lower here because of the stairs. So what I'm going to do, guys, is fill this up using the stone we've just gathered. How are you, Minecraft Z16, by the way? How are you? There we go. I'm going to put a torch here, torch there. I love watching the building process. Yeah, so do I. We can't go much further this way because this is actually my rail tunnel. This is the thing this is the problem when you've had a world for so long, that eventually you walk into stuff. That will be a problem when we come to build it, extending this corridor. But the first things first, might as well go this way. First things first, might as well go this way. We need to go up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. We need to go to here. We now need to go down the stairs into here. I need to lure. That's so true. When your bird's overlapping, you know you've got a forever word. Yeah. Using these torches, I'm going to put some here. I need to get in here then. Fuck. I'm an idiot. It's not here which I need to go. It's here. Oh. Let's do the reparator. Let's do the repeater there. Why is there? That doesn't need to be there. It needs to be there. Oh. Right, fixed. Fixed. Oh, it's nighttime, is it? I thought it was daytime. It was daytime when we went in there to do that. There we go. Do I have any wood on me? I have spruce, but I don't have. I have dark oak and birch, but I don't have oak. I need to repair a block. I need to repair that door, and I need to replace a bit of glass in the corner there. Here we go. So now we've got to go down here. Literally, this staircase was meant to be longer, but I can't do any of I couldn't go any further than this because of I couldn't go any further than this because of the ice tunnel underneath, which is why that's where we just were. That's literally where we just were. This used to have a that birch staircase used to line up to here, but it wasn't intended to line up to there though. If we go into here though, guys, if we go into here, I just want to check something. Just want to check something. Alright, let's go down here a minute. Because it's night time, might as well sleep. Oh, how is everybody on this stream? 65 of you have watched this stream in the first 30 minutes. That's pretty good. Guys, we're aiming to hit 8,000 by the end of the year. Your volumes are perfect. How do you manage that? How do I manage what? Sorry, my audio? I have my mic a lot higher than my game. My game's a lot higher than my mic because I get copyright claimed for Minecraft music, because there's a lot of companies out there which they do a lot of crafty shit. The music is... I've just turned that down a bit. I've literally just turned the music, Minecraft music. That might be my telly, actually. That might actually be my TV. That might actually be my TV, because... That might actually be my TV, because the TV's on. Because I'm doing it for the TV. So you guys hear it twice. You guys hear the audio twice. You hear it through my mic. Hello, David. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it's actually the music. Actually, the music you hear it twice. You hear the music through the actual game capture, and then you hear the music again through my mic. Because it's actually, but it's my TV, so I need to turn that down a little bit. So the game is because I got a stream the other day actually got claimed. A stream the other day got claimed by YouTube. Well, it ended up being seamless. Wait, are you Technoblade? I can be Technoblade if you want me to be. Right, so we want to put some blocks here like that. Then we can get 4 chests in here. Yeah, rip Technoblade. We can get 4 chests in here like this. Actually, saying that, if we were to put a slab in the roof... Oh, I've just done it again, haven't I? I've just broken the... we'll go up there. We would have grabbed the redstone, so we'll go up there in a minute and sort out that problem that we've just found ourselves in. I've broke the redstone door. I broke the redstone door again to the lab, so to the old redstone lab. Which redstone lab, you need a redstone door. That's not a holiday program, guys. It's the truth. Right. So I'm gonna quickly break this. I love that line in top here when they talk about America. If you come to America, this is what it's like. You've got your best you got your comfort inn, you got your best western, you've got where you sleep, where you eat. It's not a holiday. Everyone's very fat, everyone's very rude. It's not a holiday program, it's the truth. I love Jeremy Clarkson in that show. It's just hilarious. Everything he says is just, half of it is some of it's hilarious, some of the things he says. I need to get some more stone a minute. Yeah, he said about America. They did an episode in America, and he said something. He says something about America, and he goes, "You got your best." He goes, "If you want to come to America, this is what it's like. You've got your best Western. You got your hotel here, your food here." You go, this is what it's like. Everyone's very fat. Everyone's very rude. He goes, "It's not a holiday program. It's the truth." I love. Honestly, their show is so funny. They just take the piss of everywhere. It's not just America, but everyone gets it. Every country in the world, everyone gets it. And it's very funny viewing. But that's what made it popular. It became popular because, you know, they just dished it out everywhere. They dished it out everywhere, guys. They absolutely dished it out. They absolutely dished it out everywhere. Blimey, we've got a super chat and a stick. We've got a sticker in the chat. We've got a is that a lemon? Is that a lemon waving at me? And you don't know this, guys, because you can't see me, but I am actually waving back at the lemon. Someone coming up the street right now is going to be looking, what the fuck is he waving at? He's just waving at himself. Which would be the funniest thing. There we go. So let's just, we're just going to put a couple of these in the roof. And if you guys want to know why, it's because we can then get we can now get we can now get 6 chests in there. So to go and do that, actually, first things first, I need to go and eat first, but I need to rush over to my redstone lab, which luckily we can get there via the stairs, and then it's literally here, because I need to go back into the door. This time I'm going to take the door off. This time I'm going to take that, and it happens to just be exactly there, doesn't it? So we had to break the wood for this, and now I've got to try and find a way to, you know, get back there. So I need to quickly go and put this here like that. So here we go. I think we need to go right now and then do that, and now we need to get back in here and go and do it again. We need to go and break those blocks again now, like this. So we've got to go and break. Right, so we got that sorted out. Hold on, I'm just going to close the door a minute. I'm back. There we go. There we go. Redstone still confuses the crap out of me. Yeah. So that really took me a while to do. Here we go. I'll be back in a minute. I mean, redstone I find confusing because obviously some of the main stuff, like I want to create. I can do simple stuff with redstone. I want to create some good stuff though, like some massive projects, but I just can't work out how to do them. When you see some of the stuff that Stampy did as well with his redstone, some of the stuff that Stampy did with his redstone towards the end was absolutely crazy. There was an old build video he did, and I really liked it. He did an old video, but basically he built a house, and you had to target stuff, but at some points pistons would push windows in front of it, and it reminded me of this. It reminded me of the fire games. It reminded me of the games you have when you're in It reminded me of the games you have at like Legoland that they had at Legoland when I was a kid, and you would squirt water at like a burning building, but sometimes you know the window would close, and then you had to try and aim it before the window closed, and that was it reminded me of that, and I really like that idea. I want to create something similar to that, but I can't work out how you would do that. But that's something that I'm thinking. That's something that I'm thinking I would like to build. I would like to build it because we've got an air. Let's go into the old castle. I built this castle in like 2017. It's something that I would like to stick in the minigame area over there. Pardon me, I just burped. There we go. It's something that I would like to stick over there. For those of you just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a very good point. We're aiming to hit 8,000. I'm aiming to hit 8,000 subscribers, guys, by my 23rd birthday. I went to see, well, we'd like to hit it by Christmas. That's what I meant by 25th. 23rd. I'd like to hit 8K by my 23rd birthday. But ideally, we could hit it by. I'd love to hit it by Christmas as well. At least by Christmas. That'd be nice. Actually, I woke up once. I hit 900 subs on my birthday 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I woke up and got I got 1,000 subs on my birthday. I got 900 subs on my birthday. I woke up. I had 700 subs. I had 700 subs or something like that, and I had 800 subs. No, that book's legit. That book is generally legit. I'm not trolling you. It's a genuine book. Like, yeah. So I hit 1,000k in January 2021. So it's taken us 4 years to get to this place. well, almost. Ah, actually, hold on. I just remembered. I can repair these holes from creepers yesterday. Yeah, I'm not trolling you with the book. The book is genuinely real. It's genuinely a book. Let me post a picture of let me post a picture. Oh no. Which one's let's just get rid of these clown pictures. Let's get rid of these pictures of the clown suit from Halloween. That's the Halloween intro. I can get rid of that as well. No, the books are genuinely real. Let me find a picture. Let me find a pic. Actually, hold on. Let me take one. Let me just take one, and then send it to myself, eh? I'll take a genuine picture of a book. Right, I don't know. I want to take a picture of the book. I want to take a picture of the book, not my face. The camera's around the wrong way. Can I have mod? Hello, UI Zoom. I'm not going to give mod out today. Like, I've already turned down a few people. The Nightbot link does actually take you to the book, but it takes you to the British Amazon. But you can find the book on every Amazon. You can find the book, guys, on every Amazon. Let me just post a picture. Let me just put it in my Discord server, and then I can download it on my laptop. I don't want to put it in that. I don't want to put it in that Discord server. I want to put it in my Discord server. Now it's posting. It's in there. I've just put it in the general chat. Means I can download the image. So save image. Yes, we can now download. We can now delete it off here. It's now deleted. But I've got it on my laptop and I can post it. Right, I haven't had any trouble. Is the attack from space part of the said trilogy? Yeah, it's called Dawn of Planets, the attack from space, Dawn of Planets Vengeance, and the Gathering Storm. I'm going to post a picture of the Gathering Storm, guys, because I just happen to have the Gathering Storm on the desk, because I'm writing book 4 of book 4. So Gathering Storm's next to me because I'm a lot of the characters that you meet in Gathering Storm return. Here you go. This is what it looks like, guys. This is what it looks like. So it is a genuine book. It is a genuine novel. It's a genuine novel. The back cover says Agent 1 leads his allies on a clandestine war with the mysterious The Covenant, who have infiltrated all walks of life. But their motive hides in the dark, unseen, as the darkness spreads across creation. All is not as it seems, an evil, twisted conspiracy. In fact, I'll put the book there, up in the top corner. But yeah, it is a genuine novel. Oh yes, you can't copy the link. You can't. I can copy the link for you. I can put it somewhere else. Yeah, sorry, I do apologise. Yeah, if you're on phone, you can't click links on streams, but you can click the link from community posts. Yeah, the link you can click from community posts. Which is why I think that's a design flaw for YouTube. You can click links on streams but you can't click it on phone. That's a flaw with YouTube. There we go. I've just posted it in my community tab. my novel series link. But I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. Should I check if I can click it on my phone? Because I've got my phone on. I don't know. Should I see if I can click it? Let's click on. Well, I'm on Climate of Joe on here. Prepare to hear Climate of Joe. Prepare to hear Climate of Joe. Right, okay. Let's find that link. No. I can't click the link myself. Yeah, the link itself, I can't click either. My phone's an Android. I found it. Amazon refused to find it, so I had to Google it. Yeah, literally, that I have that trouble myself if I'm searching for it. If I'm searching for it, it doesn't pop up. Yeah, the book actually doesn't pop up because obviously I've not made that many sales because I'm not that popular, guys. Yeah, it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up for me. It doesn't show up for me. I have to put my name with it. If I put my name with it, then it pops up. But yeah, it's something that I've just been doing for the last 2 years. In fact, I finished writing my first published novel roughly any time now, 2 years ago. Around about now. I'm a fan of the Dawn of Planet series. So, well, I can't say I'm a fan of it because I wrote it. I come up with that idea though when I was not too expensive either. Yeah, it's I can charge a certain amount. I've got to charge a certain amount to get a profit, but I can charge as much as I want. But then I'd rather it be cheap and affordable. I was talking to my mum actually, guys, about this. About if you go and look online, there's never cheap affordable books if people are on a budget. And I was like, cheap and affordable. The next book 4 is probably going to be a bit more expensive because book 4 is 260 pages at the moment. Well, I come up with it when I was 10, and then but then I started writing it. I come up with it when I was 10. It's changed a bit since then. But the story's relatively stayed the same since I was 12. But for the first 3 years, most of the story, I started writing it in 2020. I started writing it in 2018, 19. I started writing it. When I was like 15, 16, I started writing it and I gave up on it. I wrote a book called Archipelago in 2012. Do you know what trilogy means? It means 3. Trilogy means 3. So eventually it won't be a trilogy anymore. But at the moment it's a trilogy. At the moment it's a trilogy because book 4 is not finished. It's a trilogy at the moment until... That's what... I could do that. That's something that I had considered. Eventually. Well, they are connected. They're all connected. They all come one after another. There is a little prequel, though. There is a little prequel, but it's more of a children's story. There is a little prequel before the attack from space, but it's literally the cheapest book ever because I wrote it as a children's story about a young prince fighting witches, and it sort of has a cameo appearance from people from the Attack from Space, but it's mainly the actual reading order. It's better to read that between the Attack from Space and Vengeance, as opposed to reading it before the Attack from Space. But I love it. You have a good speaking voice. Thank you. Yeah, I could do that in the future. That's something I consider doing. But I would read it word for word. I really like what J.K. Rowling said. Why J.K. Rowling refused to let any person that audio read Harry Potter. She refused to let them to change the words. Have I plans to expand the universe? A couple. I have a couple of places where I'd like to go. I'd like to explore the Zarodians from the Attack from Space and Vengeance a bit more. I'd like to explore the Covenant. The Covenant from Book 3. And I'd like to explore some other areas. But it's not, the whole point is, it's a universe where it's connected, but it's not connected. You know, I could go and write a story from I could go and write a story of how the Imperial Union monarchy collapsed in 1643. It did actually collapse in 1643, I do remember. But yeah, so there's places I'd like to go and explore, but I'd like it to be like a Tolkien style thing, where Tolkien really only wrote in one. All Tolkien's novels were in one world. The whole point of a universe is if you're creating a universe, is there's things to explore. I've even got this idea in my head at the moment. I would like to write a history book, but on the history of the Imperial Union. That's something I have built a couple of things from that world in here. I built the main character's bedroom, and I want to create that. That's something I want to create, but I want to create it as like a adventure map. I want to create that as an adventure map. That's something that I've had in my head for a few years. I want to create that as an adventure map. So you get to go and see some of the places. Yeah, so I've been trying to, how would you guys write a flashback? How would you guys write like a flashback? So I'm writing a flashback scene at the moment because in the fourth book somebody disappears, and an old ally from like one or two previous books says no. An old ally from 2 or 3 previous books says no. Says no to helping, and he has a flashback about how much this guy basically meant to him. And then opts to... But yeah, writing stories is a incredible undertaking. I already know how it ends, but then I don't want it to end. I already don't, but I don't want it to end. And they would find on islands, yeah. I had an idea. Oh shit! I thought I was eating the bloody thing, and I wasn't. I was eating rotten flesh. But yeah, talking about like novels for example. But yeah, that's what I've done. I've wrote it in italics, but I haven't said it's a flashback, and it's sort of a flashback about this guy saving his life. So he decides to go in. Yeah, what I meant is that I a lot of people would end it with the main character's death, but I quite like the idea that the main character doesn't die, but because the name's passed on. the main character doesn't die, but he just passes the name on, and somebody replaces him as the somebody replaces him. But then you don't really need stories about them. The main persons give up, but because obviously what I would say to you guys is Dawn of Planets: The Attack from Space is an invade. Dawn of Planets: Attack from Space and Dawn of Planets: Vengeance is an alien invasion story about them fighting an alien invasion. Dawn of Planets: The Gathering Storm is a little different. Dawn of Planets: The Gathering Storm is much more of a detective story, where the main character is more focusing on a intergalactic conspiracy of led by a man that wants to invade everything. And what I would say, book 4 is more of a political drama. Book 4 is more of a political drama, but it's not like a political drama in terms of politics. It's a political drama with the fact that the main character has to try and rebuild the military. And he's trying to rebuild the military with the fact that nobody likes him, and all the generals, all the commanders, all want the previous general back, and they absolutely detest him. Actually, guys, I've already made the cover art for this book. Would you like me to read it? I've already made the cover art for Dawn of Planets: When's War. Would you guys like me to read what it says? Read the blurb. I might as well. Just gotta go and find it. A second. I made it. I think that might be it here. That might be it here. Yes, it is. Let me just zoom it in, because I see it's a little small. Here we go. Fueled by his newfound faith in himself, Agent 1 rises from the ashes of his past failures to become the Supreme General of the Union military. With the steadfast support of his ally Davison Cricks, they devise a bold plan to restore the military's former glory after a near decade of mismanagement by the previous general. Meanwhile, the Supreme Leader grapples with unprecedented challenges in the Imperial Union, as the ever-growing threat of the Crossfires casts a dark shadow over the Union. In a race against time, can they address the situation and protect the Union from impending chaos? Some of you have won a lot of medals under Grenzy Grenell, but the first thing you can do for me is take them off again and throw them out a window or in the biggest bin you can find, because you've won them by merit, not by distinction. Yeah. I love stories that do that, where you can go and tell more stories. So the idea but you never spell it out, yeah. It's like, I quite like what they did to David Tennant in the 60th anniversary. His Doctor, or his David Tennant's 10th Doctor. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. David Tennant's 10th Doctor in Doctor Who, he never he lost everything. He lost all his companions in sad ways. One just left because she was traumatized, because her family was traumatized. One left and was forced to leave because she got sucked into another universe, and one took the mind of a Time Lord to the point that she had to wipe out he had to wipe her memories of him completely to save her life. And then obviously he regenerated with the fact that he didn't want to go. I really like the ending that they gave. I really liked the ending that they gave him, his 14th Doctor, with the fact that he gets to live for a bit. Have you read the Dark Tower? I've heard of the Dark Tower. I've never read it though. I have heard of it, but I've never read it. In fact, in the UK, all the Dawn of Planets books are £13 together on ebook, which is good, I think. Which is a good price. You know, One's War at the moment, which is the from an author's horrible movie. Yeah, that sometimes happens. Sometimes they make the wrong approach. So, have you guys watched Harry Potter the Goblet of Fire? Have you guys watched Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire? Everyone in here, have you watched the Harry Potter the Goblet of Fire, the film? Have you guys, or have you read Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire? Goblet of Fire is one of my favourites. That's interesting. Not a lot of people say that because the guy that directed it never even read the book. Yeah, the guy that wrote it and directed it never even read it, which is why it's the most inaccurate out of them all. Out of all the books, it's why it's quite a bizarre film. Because the guy that directed it never read much of the book. He didn't want to read it because it was like a brick. It's a really interesting concept, but yeah, the guy never read it. Instead, Mike Newell stated he did not read Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. He wanted to avoid simply reproducing the book in the movie. He was hired to make the film, not to be a direct adaptation, he claimed, so he never read it. They can say, yeah. That's you do see that they did that with Diary of a Wimpy Kid as well. They merged two books into one. There's another thing that they did that in as well. Yeah. There are parts of it I like as well. Hello, little Burger Films. Sorry, I keep reading Burger Films. I do remember you. Yeah, you were in the stream the other day. Yeah, so which is why it's so interesting. It's a great film. I do actually like the film, but you can tell that he never read the book, and then he just basically did his own thing. It's an interesting I really love book 5. I really love film 5. I've never read book 5 just because of how long it is. I have got it. I took it with me on I took it with me to a music festival once, and I just sat there in the tent for 2 hours and read the whole book. Harry Potter, the first Harry Potter, I mean. Of course I remember you, Burger Films. But yeah, They did that with a... Have you guys watched the film The Fifth Wave? Have you guys ever seen the film The Fifth Wave? I like it. It's a good film. But the stupid bit is they never did book 2 or 3. I had to read them to keep up with my friends and siblings. Oh, The Secret Closet. That's, hold on, that's, Half-Blood Prince. Half-Blood Prince is a good film. Half-Blood Prince is a good film. I like the one before. The one before is my favourite. The one before is my favourite, but then I really like... And then I have to stick... Prisoner of Azkaban up there as well. Because I really like... I really like Prisoner of Azkaban, but I like Alfonso Cuarón. Yeah, Order of the Phoenix. Yeah, I really like Order of the Phoenix. I like Order of the Phoenix, but I really like Prisoner of Azkaban as well. But saying that, I like Prisoner of Azkaban because of how the story went darker. But I like Alfonso Cuarón. I like Alfonso Cuarón's work. That is true. In fact, J.K. Rowling was asked to write an episode for Doctor Who, and she refused. In 2005, Russell T Davies approached J.K. Rowling about writing an episode for Doctor Who. So that was his way of trying to promote Doctor Who. He tried to get writers to write episodes. So he tried to approach her. J.K. Rowling was approached about writing an episode of Doctor Who. There was a rumour that J.K. Rowling was going to be... There was a rumour that J.K. Rowling was going to be a guest star in a Doctor Who episode, and David Tennant blocked it. Yeah. The hairstyles... Oh, yeah. But that's because as well... I will say this, David, onto that. That's because... Alfonso Cuarón, who was in the final stages of editing Harry Potter and The Prisoner of Azkaban, suddenly found out that Mike Newell had not even watched any of the Harry Potter films, hadn't read the book, hadn't read The Prisoner of Azkaban, so he showed him the first 40 minutes of the style he'd gone with. And Mike Newell's first comments, a couple of things he wanted to do, Cuarón had already done. And that's not... It's interesting. Timey-wimey. That's from Doctor Who, timey-wimey. It's a timey-wimey thing. Timey-wimey? Timey-wimey? I love John Hurt's line. Ironically, John Hurt was in Harry Potter as Ollivander. I love him in The Doctor. Timey-wimey, why do you talk like a child? He says to his previous incarnation. To his... Goodbye. I've been poisoned. They survived. I saw with David that they went into pre-production. With Dana, they went into pre-production. And Dana showed up to be turned into, and no, I love your hair, keep it. I thought, yeah, that's like Chronicles of Narnia. You know the Chronicles of Narnia films. That's the same with Ben Barnes in the Chronicles of Narnia films. He does a Spanish accent in the second. He has a Spanish accent in the second film. In the second film, he's got a Spanish accent. Because Andrew Adamson wanted the Talmarines to be descended from the Spanish. And then he didn't direct the last film. He directed the first two, he didn't direct the last one. Michael Apted directed the last one. And he goes, "Why are you doing a Spanish accent? Just do your British accent." So it ended up Ben Barnes as Prince Caspian. He's Spanish. He's got a Spanish accent in the first film, and in the second film, and then he's got a bloody British accent in the third film. So that doesn't make sense, though. He's got a Spanish. So yeah, his character's got a Spanish accent in the second film, and he's got a British accent in the first film. Yeah, so that's just bizarre. But that's the thing. That's the thing with switching directors. That's the thing. If you switch a director, though, you don't know what their take they're gonna put on it. And in the case of that, they made the accents look all bizarre. Wrong room. But yeah, there's some bizarre shit they do in films. Steve the Enderman. Steve the Enderman's just walked in, and all that Enderman did there was say hi. Why am I going this way when it's much simpler to go through here? So, how do you make more trap chests? Does any of you guys know? How do you make a trap chest? Oh, we take some real chests and a... Hold on. How do you make a tripwire hook? Okay, you need... Right, what do you need? You need iron, stick and wood. Wow. Okay, good. We'll go into the secret. We're going to the secret. What do you mean this? Right, so what remains of the old house, guys? So this is one of the old rooms from the house. So the house used to be completely different. I've actually just carved it. That block there, that is exactly where my old bedroom door used to be from my old house. Right. Oh, my nose. Gonna go through here. And the reason we come in here, guys, is the chest room's right here. And we're just going to use birch because I've got some birch wood on us a second. 21 I think will be enough. We just need some sticks now to sort that out. So I think 10 should be enough. Well, 18 should be enough. And we should have spares. There we go. So now we can do what we have to do. So bones, string and arrows are going in here. And rotten flesh. It's basically going to be a mob. It's basically going to be a mob chest. So if I go into these chests here, full of random shit, we can probably... There's a chest here, purple chocobos. There should be a chest here called random... This is just a chest full of random shit. I didn't name it this, Deceptive named it random shit. Actually, let's just get me a chest. I have done that. I once did a YouTube video on how to do a duplication glitch. Literally 2 seconds after I did the glitch, I died. I fell into lava myself, so I know what that's like. I 100% know understand what that is like. Gunpowder. I need to replace the gunpowder because when we built the roller coaster, when we did all that shit on the roller coaster, I used a lot of materials on that roller coaster. I used a hell of a lot of those dirt I didn't need. I inadvertently grabbed those. Some of these chests here, though, have just been filled with whatever I've had. Part of me wants my children to write some sort of Minecraft death message. So and so has left the game. How about Minecraft Z16 has left the game? Um, I'd even put a joke on it, actually. But part of me would put a joke there. Part of me would put some sort of joke, and it would be long. Minecraft C16 has left the game. Part of me would put a joke on it. Part of me would put a joke on it, and it'd be like, I told you to unplug my controller, not my life support, or something like that. Just if you're here, I'm dead, and it's this. Have you guys ever seen what brings a tear? What, a tear of joy or a tear of laughter? A tear of laughter or a tear of sadness? My game. I died playing the game I loved. Surrounded by the people I loved, or something like that. What would I put? Have you guys ever watched the It Crowd? The It Crowd is a comedy. The It Crowd's a comedy series, and a guy dies in that. And he says his last line at his funeral. It pops up with, this guy's died by walking out the window or something like that. And when it's at his funeral, they play a video from him. Hello, if you're watching this, I'm dead, and it's probably this. This is probably what did it. And the guy's talking about a cigarette, and then suddenly he goes, and it's this probably didn't. He pulls out his cigarette. This guy pulls out his cigarette, and then he goes and kisses the cigarette and goes, "But I absolutely love them." And then he starts doing monkey noises, and then the video ends. But it's a one of my favourite videos ever, though, is an Irishman. But yeah, they kill a character in a comedy show, and at his funeral, a video plays, and he's there kissing his cigarette, going, "I know this is what killed me, but I love it." Which, fair play, not many people do. There was an Irish guy that was dying of cancer, I think, and at his funeral he played a video, and then you hear "hello, hello" in the Irish accent. You hear "hello, I'm in here. Anyone in here?" You know, it's dark in here, and of course, all these people are really sad that, you know, they've lost their relative. It's a really, really sad day, and then suddenly they hear that. Suddenly they hear that they hear an audio recording that he did, and he was pretending that he was alive and locked in the box. Like, fair play to him. Like, not many people would take the boldness to go and do that, but this guy generally did that. He pretended to he shot an audio recording before he died. He shot an audio recording before he died of him knocking on a piece of plank of wood, and he goes, "Hello, I'm in the box." Is that can I hear Neville's voice or something like that? And all these people are just pissing themselves. I'm like, fair play. Like, that's he went out with one fight. He went out with one final joke. That's what Leslie Nielsen, who was a American comedian. That's what he did. He went out with one final joke. Leslie Nielsen, who was a American actor, dramatic actor that became a comedy actor. His last joke on Earth, on his tombstone, it literally says "Let her rip" because of his last joke is let her rip, because he used to love a good fart joke, so he used to always have fart jokes on his he also had a fart machine in his pocket. Hello, Skate Punk, welcome to the stream. Yeah, an American comedian, American actor. He loved fart jokes, so on his tombstone he put "Let her rip." So like, fair play to him, because not many people would make a joke like the Irish guy that started knocking on. Oh, I did one on stream a couple of months ago, and I said something along the lines, "I hope that didn't come through the mic," and then I found out afterwards it did, and it was loud, like it was a rocket. Ooh, pardon me. Right, so we're just going to put string and things like that in this. Oh, there's a comedy series actually. There's a comedy series that came out in the UK. It was called The First Team. So this football player, he buys his girlfriend who plays for the women's team a Christmas present, I think. He buys his girlfriend. Did you clip it? I did clip it, yeah, because it was funny. I clipped it because it was very. I did clip it because it was. I did clip it because it was a laugh. But yes, when we're talking about things like jokes, for example, when we're talking about jokes, old what? I'm old. Thank you. Old or new? Old or what? This is Legacy Console Edition. Right. Yeah. What was my joke gonna be, guys? Hold on a minute. Ah, ha, ha. I put some bones in here. I put some bones in here. Some arrows. Any more? Any other thing that doesn't need to be in here? Can't remember any of this is for. There we go. So, here we go. So, let's just go around. There's nothing towards that baby zombie. Let's go this way, guys. I prefer Legacy Switch Edition. I just prefer Legacy Edition in general. Let's go this way. We're gonna go through this way. And now we're gonna go into here. So I can put all the bones in the world in there. I can put another 19 hours into here. Another 9 rotten flesh, and then the rest of that we can put somewhere else. I just prefer Legacy Edition in general. I love Legacy Edition, guys. Right, spider eyes. We've got a fair amount of them. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something then. Talking about like jokes and like comedy. So that this old football team, Minecraft, this football comedy from a few years ago, it only lasted 6 episodes. This lad, he buys his girlfriend he buys his girlfriend a present, but he's bought her a puppy. And she puts her hand in, and she thinks like dog shit, and she's screaming at him because she dumps him, thinking it's a joke. And you find out afterwards that the dog had basically burrowed its way through the box and out the box. So as she puts her present in, as she puts her hand in, all that's left is a pile of dog shit, which is very, very funny sketch. There we go. I'm back in a minute. But yeah, so the joke was that the joke was brilliant. The fact that he bought his girlfriend the presents. She dumped him because she thought she just gave her dog shit, but the dog had burrowed its way at the box. I love a good comedy show, guys, when there's a good payoff. When there's a good comedy payoff. Guys, did you know you can actually escape my house on the roof? Bit of rotten flesh on the roof because mobs even spawn on the roof. I had to repair this the other day because I come up here and then there was a creeper on the roof. There was a creeper on my roof. Not a very nice guy. I play OG Minecraft with my nephew 5 because he isn't old enough for PC Jeff, so yeah, I keep needing to explain to him that we can all do cool stuff. We can't do all the cool stuff he sees on YouTube. Yeah. Is my house safe from mods? Yeah, but they just spawn on the roof. But also as well, David, as well, a lot of that's fake. When you see I was watching a guy the other day building like... I was watching the other day a video about this guy building the St. Peter's Basilica. And you watch that video and everyone's like, wow, I can't believe he built that. And I'm like, I don't think he did build it. It looks the video itself looks too fake. It looks too fake for the guy to have built. So I don't think he actually built it. I reckon these building tutorials now are just getting... I reckon a lot of these building tutorials now are like completely fake. Hello Eggman, welcome back to the stream. Right. Guys, I love this world now. That used to be where the Snowland Mansion was. Now we've got a flower garden and a World War II memorial. Thank you to the person who subscribed. We're 24 subscribers off hitting 7,300. Can I see? Yeah. Actually, let's get on the roof a minute, and then we can jump off the roof. That wasn't even me jumping then, guys. I just... Ooh. Boom. You're not afraid to be political or be real. It's nice to see. Yeah, I'm not afraid, guys. Like, I'm not afraid of like the repercussions. I say my opinion, whether people like it or not. So I put M for memorial. VE Day, 8th of May, 45 to the 8th of May, 25, 80 years, World War II. It's in the British spelling, guys, because America put month, date, year. The UK do date, month. Date, month. The UK do date, month, year. Never understood why everyone does it differently. Well, I love history. World War II I find fascinating, so I thought it was my moral duty. I love the history of World War II, and I find it incredible the sacrifices people went through, so I thought it was my duty. I think day, month, year makes more sense. I don't know. You sort of know where everything... I don't know what's better. But yeah, I had family members. I had like my great grandparents obviously fought in the Second World War and things like that. So I think it was right to do. I think the UK it's different in other countries. But in the UK you practically all know someone that fought in the Second World War. Veterans Day was... Would it have been yesterday, Skate Punk? Because yesterday was Armistice Day. It was the UK celebrated Remembrance Day, or it could have been a Sunday actually, but it's actually tomorrow. It's actually yesterday. The UK have Remembrance Day for veterans. It's always the 11th, but the service is always on a Sunday, so they do it on the closest Sunday. Yeah. And I'm in the US branch as a Tillyman's crewman. Oh, wow. You're right, it was yesterday. Yeah, so so which is why yesterday we went and put a flower in my World War One memorial, which is the other side of my town. Yeah, wars are a horrible thing, but at the same time, sometimes they are necessary. In the case of World War Two, World War Two was very necessary, because if they had done nothing, someone would have just conquered half the world. Without World War Two, Europe, if the UK and France hadn't said no to Germany, Germany would now stretch from. Vietnam was pointless, but not at the start. At the start, it was about. At the start, that was about stopping the spread of communism. Communism being spread all over Europe, all over Asia. But it basically just become a slagging match for 20 years. Yeah, you've got to fight the enemies of the free world. You've got to stand and fight. That's the thing. Some people don't like when you mention it, but you have to. There's times when you have to stand and fight. I mean, the UK hasn't fought a major war in 40 years, but we were always dragged into whatever war America caused. You must defend your homeland, but you've also got to stand and defend other people's homelands as well. I think America, the UK have to stand up and defend other people's homelands. The UK and America are two of the most highest ranking members of the UN and NATO. To an extent. That's what, like, for example, what Trump did the other day. The UK are against them on that. It's an interesting one. The UK, they said, relationships are interesting. Yeah. But half the time it's the governments. Like, one of my favourite Doctor Who lines ever from this TV show Doctor Who, the Doctor practically says in one of my favourite episodes that actually aired 10 years ago, a couple of days ago, the 12th Doctor says something along the lines of, at the end of each war, you sit down and you do what you should have done in the first place. Sit down and talk. Is the UK against Trump? Well, it's a bit of both. The UK doesn't do identity politics. The UK very much runs by it, so it's an interesting one. It's not about standing with someone or standing against someone. If Trump does the right thing, UK will stand with him. But if he turns around and does the wrong thing, the UK will stand against him. The UK stand against and with people when they do the right thing. So there was rumours the other day about what did they do in the ocean the other day? That's true. What did the Americans do in the ocean yesterday, the other day? You guys probably would know. But whatever it is, the UK don't agree with that. It's not about letting the war keep going, it's about... but that's not Keir Starmer though, Skatepunk. That was Boris Johnson. That was Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson basically said to Ukraine, we'll give you whatever, which is allegedly because Boris Johnson was threatened. It's alleged. It's not known. It's not known if it's true. It's not known if it's true. It's not... They aren't even bad or improper. No, I haven't seen anything from you. It might... I don't know. YouTube... No. It's alleged. What it's alleged... This is a completely... It's alleged that the reason Boris was so defensive of Ukraine... Boris Johnson tried to end that war before it started diplomatically, and it's alleged the Russian president said, if I had to kill you, I could just launch a missile in a minute. So the UK government basically said, here, well, fine, well... Yeah, blowing up cartel boats. That's what it was. Basically, the UK don't agree with that. The UK saw that as... not the right course of action. Yeah, that's what the UK don't agree with. So the UK stand with people. The UK stand with people and against people. The blowing up of the cartel boat, the UK government don't agree with that. They see that as extrajudicial, I think. I don't know. How does the UK determine right from wrong? Criminal courts. We're part of the International Criminal Court, so the UK are part of the International Criminal Court. America aren't part of it, and there's a reason they aren't. No, I agree. But there's a way to do terrorists, and that's what the UK don't agree with. Because what the UK is saying to the Americans, they want proof it was generally a terrorist boat. They want proof it generally was a terrorist boat, because the UK aren't convinced it was a boat. It was a terrorist boat, but they don't know. I need a controller a minute. My controller's dying. Yeah, what was I going to say, guys? What the hell? There wasn't a creeper behind me, was there? Oh, well. Let's just repair that a minute. Oh, shit. It's the UK criminal system. It's the UK criminal system. Well, the UK treat criminals respectedly in a way. Very respectedly. But what I've meant is there's a thing called the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court is I think it's run by the UN. But basically, most of the countries in the world are part of a thing called the International Criminal Court, but where they decide whether like world leaders have done war crimes, and America isn't part of it. America isn't part of the International Criminal Court, and it's surprising. There's a really interesting thing why. But there's a lot of room. The war crime is never acceptable. Yeah, that's why they have the International Criminal Court. But the reason America's not part of the International Criminal Court is because some of the American generals would be arrested over Iraq. The Iraq War, the Americans aren't part of the International Criminal Court because they know some of their generals will be arrested over... I like your snow globe, thank you. Did your helmet break? It did, yeah. I don't have any armour. I don't have any weapons. That's probably why I died, because I don't have any weapons, because I took them off to go and do that. So I'm gonna run over to this house. But yeah, that's why America aren't part of the International Criminal Court, which is why the Russian president can't come to the UK. That's why the Russian president can't come to the UK. Or the Israeli Prime Minister. Yeah. Life sentence. The UK give life sentences too. They give whole life orders. Well, no, the UK got rid of the death penalty, but there's a strict reason why they got rid of the death penalty. Because in the 1950s, a serial killer murdered his neighbour upstairs, and the husband went to prison. The UK got rid of it. The UK got rid of the death penalty. Yeah, the UK got rid of the death penalty because of the amount of people that got. I do agree with it, but you need to have a court where they have to be 100% guilty. Because how many cases in America do you have of them being innocent but they're already on the death penalty? Because you're having that a lot in the UK at the moment. The UK have just done some investigations and found out 4 or 5 people that were executed between 1930 and 1960 when they got rid of the death penalty. Quite a few people were innocent, but obviously evidence at the time would never have supported it, but now evidence does. And but back in them days you couldn't prove that. But you have to be, I think you have to be proven 100% that you're guilty. I agree with the death penalty, but only for people that are 100% guilty. If there's any doubt, then it should be a life sentence. So, for example, every stream you gain in viewers. Yeah, we often fluctuate. So what I meant, Skatepunk, is that the UK have a thing called whole life orders. So if you're a serial killer in the UK, do you get strikes? Nope. If you're a serial killer in the UK, you get something called a whole life order. There's 67 people in the UK on whole life orders. That means that you're however old you are, you're in prison. There was a 17-year-old last year that was given 50 years. It should have been a whole life order. In fact, it caused riots afterwards. I personally believe in honour. If you're honourable and not just obedient. But that you've got to be honourable, but obedient is one thing. There's a joke. Have you guys watched Men in Black, the film? Is the UK too soft on people? They're too soft on some people. Well, the lack of police has also played its part here as well. But yeah, when we're talking about crime though as well, I wouldn't say they're too soft. They've got to prove that they're illegal first. That's always the issue. They've got to prove that they're illegal. There was one a few years ago. He basically shredded his passport. And because he shredded his passports, he essentially becomes stateless. And they couldn't do anything with him. Well, no, they don't lack the force. They've got huge... But they cut it down because of financial issues. Because of the 2008 financial crisis, where all... the Conservative government that got elected in 2010, they did a policy called austerity, where they basically cut public services to lower the prices. Well, to just lower the budget. Basically, the UK did what Elon Musk did with his Doge thing. They slashed the They basically slashed the human life is precious. That is true. But yeah, so what was I gonna say, guys? Oh, I need to go and get some items, some food. Yeah, when you said about the UK sending money to Ukraine, though, the reason they've done that is a lot of British people remember stimulus checks. What is a stimulus check? Did that notification? No, it did. I read it. But I didn't read it out. Sent one Clamp Joe gift membership. The jokes that Steve received a gift membership by David. Oh, that's really kind of you. No, the notification popped up. I just didn't read it out. Sometimes I don't read things out. The thing with Ukraine, though, Skatepunk, America is not Europe, whereas bloody hell. I can't get in the house. I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing myself, but here we go. Now we've got in the house. What? No, the UK did furlough during COVID. The UK did furlough. During COVID, the UK did furlough, but yeah, the UK did furlough, but the UK never have to do that. The UK never have to do a thing such as that. You don't get that in the UK normally because the UK never has a problem with the budget because the budget's decided by one person. But in terms of furlough, the UK did it. In terms of like furlough, the UK created the furlough scheme during COVID. It basically covered 80%. The government covered 80% of everyone's wages that was forced to stay at home. So yeah, but this is when you have to pay some back into it. That's not what happened with the UK. The furlough scheme during COVID, it was you didn't have to pay it back. It was basically designed to cover people's wages and make sure people could buy food and things like that. Well, they didn't. No, they didn't do that in 2010. What the UK did was they slashed public services, so they slashed the money going into schools. They slashed. It didn't go back to its citizens, but because they slashed the public services, it meant billions of pounds could go in other places like works. They slashed the public services like a price cut. Yeah, they slashed public services, so they slashed the amount of money the police got, the fire services. Because they slashed all of that, it meant that they could keep failing businesses going. But during COVID, when we were forced to go into lockdown to stop the curb of the virus, the UK government's. The reason the UK government's struggling with money at the moment is because during COVID, they brought in a policy called furlough, and the government paid 80% of people's wages, so it resulted in, I think it cost them 40 billion. During that 3 months during COVID, it cost them 40 billion. Yeah. 40 billion. Because the UK decides a budget, they don't have to worry about that shit. But during COVID, when people couldn't work and people still businesses were forced to close, it ended up 40 billion. The UK government, well, the UK with furlough, the UK didn't have to pay it back, because as soon as COVID ended, all the jobs could go back. All industries could go back to making things. So it ended up. That's what they did. For 3 months, they spent 30 to 40 billion. Let's just have a look how much the furlough spent. How much money did the government spend on furlough? Oh no, it's a lot higher than I thought. During COVID, the furlough schemes cost 96 billion. The furlough scheme cost 96 billion. It covered the wages of nearly 5 million people, because it covered the wages of millions of people, because basically most self-employed, not everyone got it, because not everyone needed. Basically, the furlough scheme cost almost 100 billion. But America, I don't think generally went into America generally didn't really go into lockdown, did it? I know some states did, but federally you didn't. Whereas in the UK, it was the government forced us into lockdown. So the whole of the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, they were all forced in. Yeah, that's because America's got the biggest budget, but America's got the population of 300 million. The fact that the UK spent 96 billion on just one thing. In fact, I think the UK spent lots of money. I think they probably spent more than that, totally. Yeah, the UK spent ridiculous amounts on COVID. I think the UK COVID jab, but the UK basically threw money into COVID jabs as well. I mean, the first country to get the flu jab was the UK. I think I can't. I've got to move. I can't. Let's get into this house quickly, and we can sleep in here as well. Good. Yeah, the UK. The UK was the first country to approve the COVID jab, and in fact, ours was the toughest. Yeah. If it's approved in the UK, though, guys, it's safe. If a vaccine's approved, if a vaccine is approved in the UK, it's safe, because the UK's vaccine regulations are the strongest in the world. Half the vaccines in the world can't be used in the UK. I got a guy in my college class that didn't take the vaccine, and he basically then did a documentary about how his friend a guy in my class did a thing about how his friend lost their leg due to the COVID jab. A couple of people in the class didn't believe his documentary, because the person was the person they interviewed had basically smoked all her life, and she lost fingers due to smoking or something like that. So another person in my class thought it was that, not the jab. I mean, I had the jab 3 times, And all these people are saying you're going to die in 2 years if you take that. I'm like, I had the jab 5 years ago, guy. I had the jab 4 years ago. I'm still alive. Yeah, but you've got to have something wrong with you in the first place. But they didn't. Some media corporations didn't report that. So, yeah, which is weird. But the media like to cause panic. I caught it once. I caught it once and I showed no symptoms at all. Yeah, a guy in my uni class said this to me. He said, "You don't know what they're putting in your body. They're putting the vaccine. They're putting the virus in you." But that's the point of a vaccine. A vaccine, they give you a small dosage of. They get a vaccine. They give you the small dosage of the virus. The vaccine, they give you a small dosage of the virus, and the whole point of that. I don't know though. Some people did have side effects, Skatepunk, but most of the people that had side effects had health conditions. It's like the British media was fucking stupid during COVID. A lady, the first lady to have it, died a couple of months later. Died a few weeks later. The first person to have it in the UK died a few weeks later, and the media were like, "Oh, it's dangerous, it's dangerous." No, she died of old age because she was 100. The lady that had the virus. Yeah, it's scary nonetheless. That's true, but it's rare. Like when they say about vaccines, there's a lot of misinformation on vaccines. They give you a small dosage of the virus. Yeah, but they do give you the virus. A vaccine is a small dosage of the virus because it teaches your antibodies, your basically natural things. It teaches it how to fight it, which is why we have vaccines for things like polio, which is why polio doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it teaches you how to fight it. So, like polio, for example, we haven't had a polio outbreak in the UK in probably 100 years. Polio outbreak, UK. Last polio outbreak. The last case of polio in the UK was in 1984. It's the same as smallpox. Well, I understand anti-vaxxers, but a lot of them have been misinformed. A lot of them have been misinformed. The thing with misinformation is it's everything. Like, there was an American senator. I think she was a Republican senator. She picked up a spoon and said, "I've had the vaccine. I'm now metallic." Stuck it to her face and it fell straight off. It was a load, and then she picked it up and put it back on and said, "Why is it stuck to my face?" And I was thinking, I remember seeing a clip of it on YouTube, and I was just like, "What? Explain to me how I'm metallic," and then it fell straight off when she put it on her face. The first time I was sick as a dog, and the second time I was very sick. And I was concerned I was only 21, 22, and I'm a very healthy and fit person. After the vaccine, nothing. Yeah. Do you know what? Smallpox, guys? Smallpox, first vaccine ever, and so Edward Jenner, who created the first vaccine, he saw these young ladies were in some maids milking a cow, and she noticed that they had cowpox on them. You can. It's like snake dancers. If they get bit, eventually they become immune. That's true. one of my last uni lecturers before I finished my uni course basically told us if we have a cold, don't come in, because if she caught it, it could really hurt her partner. Yeah. But yeah. Maybe. I would probably say so, skate punk, but it's probably America put a lot more chemicals into stuff which the UK can't have. America have a lot of chemicals in food that you probably that aren't in food. The UK are on this trend at the moment of the UK want to make food healthier. A lady milking a cow, the man experimented on a little boy and he fell ill, I think, and the woman was fine. Yeah, no, what he did, what Edward Jenner did is he took cowpox, he basically injected one of the maids with cowpox. He injected one of the maids with cowpox, and then took a young boy and injected, who had smallpox, and injected the lady with smallpox, and she didn't develop smallpox because the cowpox stopped it. Yeah, but I don't know that RFK. He's a little bit crazy. RFK. I agree with some of the stuff that he said, but his thing about autism is completely wrong. Like, it was proved years ago that autism wasn't caused by vaccines. It's been proved. It's been proved. The UK scientists proved that 30 years ago that autism wasn't caused by vaccines. Yeah, lots of people have autism. I actually think everyone has autism, but obviously some people have it more than others. But I agree with some things that RFK says, but some of his other stuff, I don't think he really knows what he's talking about. But his thing on autism, though, is completely thing. There's no... that's the bit I don't get. That's true. Yeah, so when RFK said that, Skatepunk, about no, he's an interesting guy. I just think his ideas on autism being part of a vaccine are wrong, because that was proven years ago. Taking food out of chemicals is one thing, but you've got to make sure what goes into it is healthy afterwards. If you think about it, he's probably the most lucky. He's probably the most lucky third-party presidential candidate in history. He's probably the most lucky third-party presidential candidate in history, because he was offered a position. He's able to still do part of his manifesto. Wait, when did I become a member? Okay, is that member badge? Oh, you were gifted one. David gifted you one. You can gift other people in the stream one, so David gifted you one. It popped up earlier on. So you've got the membership free for a month. Yeah. So it's about the only thing I agree with, the one thing I agree with, when you want health professionals, when you want a minister in health, you want a former doctor, you want someone that's a doctor, you want someone that is a doctor that knows stuff about what's in these chemicals. You want someone healthy, I think. Yeah, so there's certain chemicals that you can't use in the UK, like chlorine. What was it? What? In America, you have chlorinated chicken. Literally, you cannot do that in the UK. Like, Yeah, it's like chlorinated chicken in the United States. That is a really interesting one. The Donald Trump in his first term wanted to do a UK trade deal, but he kept trying to offer him chlorinated chicken as part of the deal, and the UK kept saying no, like we cannot take that. Like they would have accepted anything as part of a trade deal, but not chlorinated chicken because yeah, there is certain yeah, one of those yellow dyes they found out it had there's a there was a in the UK back in the 60s there was a when pregnant women have like morning sickness. You know when pregnant women will have morning sickness. You know when pregnant women have like more morning sickness, guys, because obviously they're pregnant. There was a chemical. There was a chemical that they used for that back in the 60s. They had to ban it because they found in the UK they found out that it was causing birth defects. So that's what America need to look into. I think America need to look into what the UK started to look into. Some of the chemicals that they were using was causing shit. It's like asbestos. It's like asbestos. They used to pump it into buildings, but then they didn't realise it was poisonous. It's the same as lead. The UK used to mix lead with paint. Yeah, well, chlorine, we use it for swimming pools. Chlorine, we use it in swimming pools in the UK, and that's pretty much what we use it for. Chlorine is more of a cleaning thing. Literally, you lose... I wouldn't put... Chlorine shouldn't be on chicken. Like, in the UK, they use chlorine... They use chlorine in the UK in swimming pools because it acts as a detergent. You're basically putting detergent on... It's not directly to the safety of the wash. Yeah, chlorine is... but putting on chicken is a... Putting on a chicken is... You're basically eating cleaning detergent. Which is really bizarre. Yeah, it is like putting bleach on chicken. Like chlorine, they stick it in swimming pools because it stops the water from going green. So I have, but yeah, it is like putting bleach on chicken. Tide Pod Challenge. It's like in some countries. In some countries, they wash chicken. They put the chicken under the tap and wash it. And a guy in my class said to me, who's got other countries' heritage, he said to me, he goes, "You watch all the crap come off." He said, "You watch all the crap come off." And I said, "Well, yeah, but it spreads the bacteria around the kitchen." No, actually, you can. Chlorine mucks with your eyes, but you can still see underwater. You can still see underwater. I hate opening my eyes up underwater, though, guys. I hate doing it just because it's really I hate opening my eyes up underwater because it really hurts my eye. I don't like the water against my eyes, but would you like to join a Bedrock SMP? No, thank you, because I'm not playing Bedrock. I'm playing Legacy Console. I need to get into here, go to bed, and get some food. Oh shit. Right, let's go down the other staircase. Has he noticed my my deception? Probably not. Let's just quickly go down this staircase here. Yeah, I'd love to hit that. Where's the bed? Oh, it's here. Maybe I do that. I want to create a realm idea for channel members eventually. Eventually I'm going to do that, I think. That's something I want to do. X-ray glitch, yeah. Basically, I know where my items are, guys. I put them in a chest over there. I put them in a chest over here too. Would you want to hear a fun fact about the deadly disease I have? I just want to tell you. So if you want to see, I will tell you. A fun fact about a deadly disease. What's that? The bubonic plague? The bubonic plague, guys, that's a disease that you don't want, no matter. The bubonic plague, that's a disease that just no matter who you are, you don't want it. Hold on, that's fortune too, that's fortune. Oh, shit. Hold on a minute, I put the wrong axe in. I have heard of that, I think. I have heard of that. I have heard of it. It is sad what diseases there are in the world right now. Can I merge these two boots together? Or am I... But then it just gets rid of the protection 4 already, so... That is true, but back in the day, what I was referring to is that's how bad the bubonic plague was. Like the bubonic plague, why I mentioned the bubonic plague was that the bubonic plague back in the day killed 200 million people. Like it dropped the population of humanity by... The thing I have isn't incur. It's possible to get via stress and genetics, yeah. Yeah, like literally the bubonic plague, this is how bad the bubonic plague is, guys. If you think some of the... If, you know, some people said about Ebola, which was really bad, the Americans over... Well, the Americans definitely, guys, over-thinged Ebola. But one of the worst things about that, yeah, America absolutely... Guys, have you ever seen the comedian Russell Howard? He's a British comedian. He basically showed... He does, like... He takes the piss out of politics a lot. He takes the piss out of what people talk about. So, for one of them... I really like him. He basically takes the piss out of politics. He takes the piss out of just any politician. Yeah. We got a comedian called Russell Howard. He takes the piss out of just political stuff. So he once took the piss out of Donald Trump for turning a 2-minute announcement that they killed a terrorist to a 47-minute speech, and some of the bits that he was laughing at. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one with Piers Morgan. Some of you Americans, for example, like him. Some British people like him, but not a lot of British people like him, because you know how the BBC's just got in trouble because it emerged that they doctored a speech from Trump. You know how BBC's in trouble because it's emerged that they basically cut 50 minutes out of a Trump speech and made it look like he said something completely different in a documentary. Everybody. That's exactly what Piers Morgan did 20 years ago. Piers Morgan did that 20 years ago. Piers Morgan he's a good journalist, but Piers Morgan had to resign as editor of a newspaper for exactly what the BBC have done. Piers Morgan is a great journalist, but he ruined his credit. He ruined his credibility 20 years ago in the UK. Right. So what he did, fake. The Mirror, the Daily Mirror. He's it's one of those. Piers Morgan's been involved in a lot of controversy. He's a interesting guy. But everyone blatantly lies. Everyone blatantly lies. I guarantee even Trump's lied. I guarantee even Trump, or especially Starmer, I guarantee every politician in history has lied at one point. Boris Johnson, for example, I 100%, guys, I guarantee Trump's lied. I guarantee he's lied at least once in this term. But what Piers Morgan did is Piers Morgan got hoaxed by fake torture Piers Morgan got hoaxed by fake pictures of British men. Yeah, what Piers Morgan did was he posted fake pictures of Iraqi prisoners getting tortured by British soldiers. Well, he's not even in power anymore. Boris Johnson's an interesting one. I don't blame him for Partygate. I don't blame him for COVID, because no one wanted his job. Like, no one wanted his job during COVID, because no matter what he did, everyone moaned. You know, some of your more right-wing people didn't believe in the virus and thought everyone was making a fuss out of nothing. Some of your more left-wing people wanted a COVID lockdown and complained when Boris didn't put us into a COVID lockdown. And then when he put us into a COVID lockdown, they moaned. People moaned. I think so, yeah. Boris Johnson... The thing is with Boris Johnson is... Boris Johnson did lie. Boris Johnson lied to the Queen. Boris Johnson lied to the Queen in a way to prolong Parliament to force through Brexit, because nobody was voting on a Brexit deal. So, like how you've just had this US shutdown, the British government spent years debating Brexit because the exit deal. Basically, the exit deal, Theresa May had 3 deals voted down by the government, and after her third one got voted down, she resigned because she'd had enough. Because basically, no matter what deal she came across, no matter what deal she did, everyone voted it down. So that's what that, and then Boris Johnson was elected in the subsequent leadership challenge. Sorry, Joe, I left long last time. That's alright. I ended the stream not that long after you left the stream. After you left the stream, I ended it because I've been streaming for like 3 hours and I was starting to feel a bit tired. So I watched Dunkirk, guys. Well, it was done shoddy because the British Prime Minister couldn't get her deal done. Theresa May, literally, the European Union agreed to Theresa May's deal. The British government did not. The British Parliament did not. So every British every British member of Parliament gets a vote, and her vote got voted down 3 times. Boris Johnson just lied to the Queen, cut down the parliament, it meant nobody could vote, so his bill got basically passed through. But I was going to file you and tell you about 1,000 year slave trade off the Arabs. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Moroccan slave trade as well. Morocco used to what is now Morocco. They used to raid the Mediterranean as well, and that was before the Atlantic slave trade. Like slavery didn't start with Europe. It started thousands of years before that. But you only really hear about the Atlantic slave trade. It's a really interesting one. History's fascinating if you look at it correctly. But the problem is everyone people pick and choose what they want to believe. Yeah. It's an interesting bit of history. Yeah, what was I going to say, guys? Yes, so it actually emerged recently that the Speaker of the UK House of Commons actually barred Theresa May from putting a fourth bill together, which would have passed, because a group of people were willing to vote it in. Yeah. That's true, Swiss rats. But yeah. Well, Brexit was a good idea. It was about giving freedom back. It was about British sovereignty. The UK could think. The UK had to take in thousands of people found in the channel, but couldn't keep the fish. That was a joke, actually, what came out. There's a British comedian. He took the piss and goes, "We don't have a functioning government right now." Inflatable babies. Right, I'm going to make a joke, guys. There's a brilliant comedian. I love his stuff. He takes the piss out of all political shit. He took the piss out of Sadiq Khan and Donald Trump's spat. So Sadiq Khan supporters raised £30,000 and made a Trump baby, a Trump baby balloon. So Donald Trump supporters put a £50,000 fundraiser to make a slightly bigger balloon of the London mayor. And this comedian goes, that's what politics in 2018 can be described up to, a massive bunch of inflatable babies. And then he went, a description of Theresa May's cabinet. I love this British comedian. Like, he takes a piss. Like, one of my favourite ones he ever did was Boris Johnson. I love what he says about Boris Johnson. He goes, "Boris Johnson, a serial shagger who won't tell the press how many kids he's got, because in reality he's not entirely sure himself." His comedy sketches are just unbelievable. But this guy, he's 100% not serious, but he's pretending to be a news journalist off the mic. So, you know when you see an American or British news journalist and you think, is that actually what they think? Or are they just being told to say that? You sort of get what I mean, guys? You sort of get what I mean? You know when you see a journalist, they're just sat there just sternly telling you the news. Yeah, we got a few. We got a few. I don't know how many we've got. I'm surrounded by a blue chat. Well, Nightbot has to be a mod for it to post links. Nightbot's not really a mod, but it has to be a mod for him to post the links I've asked it to put. Yeah, not everyone's a mod, but I gave Swiss Rex a mod. I gave Swiss Rex and Skatepunk mods because they've been just watching every single stream for months. I gave Pixel King a mod because he gave me mod on his streams when I I'd occasionally watch one of his streams, and then he gave me mods, so I thought it was just nice to give him. I thought it would be nice to give him mod. The Jokes XD I gave mods because I gave mods because he's watched the stream for months and he's been in every single one. And then Decepted, who's the other mod, has basically been mod for years because he's a really close friend of mine. Decepted is a really close friend of mine, so he's been mod for. But sometimes I will get rid of mods. So I did that recently. I got rid of someone's mod because they basically. I gave them a mod because they were just in the stream all the time, and then this person was being a bit, well, draconian. So, standard moderators, we've got Void, Bed Wars. Well, Bed Wars hasn't appeared in the stream in months, so we can get rid of that one. Kerim Khan. Myself, well, I've given 2 of my accounts mod, but I'm going to get rid of that because I hardly use these accounts. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8. We've got Burger Potato as a mod because I made him a mod on the Discord server. So we picked a couple of people to be mods. So I just got rid of 2. Draconian. What that's a genuine word in the UK. Draconian means like really strict with your rules. Basically, that's what you would call like a really tyrannical government. Draconian, and someone that's draconian is basically, you know, ruled by the iron rod. Rules with an iron fist. Someone that's draconian, you would say, you know, they ruled with an iron fist. Basically. What? Lol, I know what it means. My lord? I'm not a lord. I wish I was. Rise, Lord Joe. Be a great name. Do I like Shrek? It is a good film. Yeah. Toy Story 5 I'm not interested in, to be honest. The reason I'm not interested in it, I hate when they keep doing films for two. I hate when they keep doing the same thing. When did you get stick drift? I've always had stick drift. I've had stick drift for years, but it's because I've been using the wireless controller, not the Joy-Cons. But because my wireless controller is flat at the moment, I'm using the Joy-Cons. But what I mean, I love films, guys. I absolutely love films. I hate films that they basically go and do a sequel 20 years later. So you got to think, they've done 5 Toy Story films. Over 31 years. Sorry, my dad called me, so I... Yeah, sorry, I probably should say I'm going AFK. My dad called me, so I had to quickly walk away. Because he wanted to ask me something. So, talking of which, guys... Oh my god. Hero Ryan, did you see that? I'm joking. But yeah, Toy Story 5, like, no, I don't think any of us was alive I don't think any of us was alive when the first Toy Story came out. You know, the first Toy Story film came out in 1995. I doubt any of us was alive. Yeah. Sometimes I have stick drift, sometimes I don't. It's weird. I said, I doubt any of us was alive when the first... Oh, you was? Oh, okay, so you're probably the only person then that was. Yeah, the first Toy Story came out in 1995. the last one coming out in 2026 means there was 31 years. You know, how old is bloody Tom Hanks? Because Tom Hanks plays Woody. How old is Tom Hanks now? Like 70? Tom Hanks is 69 years old. He's 70 next year. He was 40. Tom Hanks was 39 when he 1990. Okay. Yeah, who played yeah. Tom Hanks was 39 when he was in Tom Hanks was 39 when he was in Toy Story. He's now he's 69 now. By the time Toy Story 5 comes out, he will be 70. If you get what I mean, guys, that's 31 years. They don't. You got to think the first one was in 95. The second one was in 99, and the third one was in 90. Was in 2010. Sorry, 95, 99, 2010. You know, it's kind of sad seeing your child favourites get old. Yeah, I mean, I'm a Doctor Who is because I was born in 2002, so David Tennant as the 10th Doctor. David Tennant as the 10th Doctor in Doctor Who was my childhood, because he was a Doctor from when I was 3 to when I was 8. And then him and Donna Noble, him and Catherine Tate, who played Donna Noble, they were the Doctor and Donna from 2000. She was the companion in 2006 and then 2000, and then 2008 2010. That was my childhood. The Doctor and Donna was my childhood, and then they came back in 2023. He played the 14th Doctor, she played Donna again, and it felt so weird. Like, I was talking to another a girl in my college class that was 4 years older than me, and she said it feels weird because she would have been 10 when the last time that they appeared in Doctor Who. And, you know, it was 17 years later. She would have been 10 when they last appeared in Doctor Who, and that it was 17 years later. 17 years later they reappeared. So I said I was 6. The last time I was... How old was I when I was 8? You're scared of woman. Why? So they were like, so it's like I was 2010. I was 8. So you know, a TV show re-airing 15 in 2010. I was 8. So the last time they played the Doctor. 15 years later, that you said, watching your childhood characters get old, you know, what it was different as a 21-year-old. It was different as a 22. It was basically different as a 21-year-old watching characters come back that were part of your life. If you get what I mean? Women are just scary to you. That's just really bizarre. That's just a really bizarre comment. But yeah, if you get what I mean, like, things change. So, a neck beard and chaining. But yeah, it's something like that. So, like, it seems weird. You know, when you're a child, you don't realise anything's going to change. Like, for example, when you're a child, you don't think things are going to change. You you see things how they are, not how they could be, or not, and don't have a concept that things change. So, for example, I had a coat, I had a jacket. No, this isn't hardcore. This is just a normal world. You don't have hardcore on Legacy. Yeah, you don't have hardcore and Legacy, so I'm playing just the Legacy edition. So this is only easy mode. This is only easy mode. If I die, I'll just respawn. If I die, I'll just respawn. If I die, I'll just respawn the last place I slept. So for example, when you see something change, so you'd never expect anything to change. So I had a jacket when I was younger. I used to wear it all the time. Do you guys did you guys have that when you were younger? Just like a coat or shirt that you just practically wore all the time. That you practically... I expect everyone has that. Just the coat that they tend to always wear. If you get what I mean. So... I had this jacket, and I used to wear it all the time. I had it from when I was like 11. Been in high school, yeah. So I had like a coat that I got when I was like 12, and I wore it all the time. I had this coat from when I was like 12, 13, and I wore it all the time till I was about 17. Because it still fit. It still fit perfectly. Until I was about 13, and suddenly it no longer fit. And you know, it felt weird because it was one of my favorite jackets. I used to wear it all the time. And it got to the point, that's how things change. That's how things change, because I put it on and it no longer fit. And it fit me from like 13 to 17. And I said that's how things change. That's how things change. When you're young, you don't concept that change. About, you know, you're not always going to be... The sadness Joe must have felt. Well, it's because when I was like 16, I was like 140 pounds or something like that. I couldn't find it. But yeah, I said I loved this jacket, and then one day I put it on and realised that I couldn't move it anymore. But that's when it occurred to me, like, you know, nothing is forever. Nothing lasts forever. Like, everything has its time. Like this jacket, I think when I was like 16, I was like 140 pounds or something like that. But I was probably about 60 pounds when I wore it. I apologise, that's unfortunate. No, you don't have to apologise. I wasn't in love with my jacket. I was just using it as an example about how when you're young, you don't have a concept that things change. So you don't have a concept that things age. 140. Oh, I was like 5. When I was like, what height? Oh, when I was 17, I was like 5'7". I was like 5'7", I think, at the time. So I was about 170 centimeters. I was about 5'7". So I learned that at 7. But no, not everyone learns it. But then you see it. You start to see it. You start to see it, if you get what I mean. Yes, in Libya. Yeah, I'm not 6 foot. I was weird. I was really weird, but I never grew as a child. When I was 14, I was like 5'1", I think. When I was 14, I was like 5'1". By the time that was like when I was about 13 and a half. Then I was 5'7" when I was 15, and then I stayed there till I was 17 and a half. Then I grew to 5'9". I grew 2 inches during COVID when I was like 17, 18. Yeah. Also, pound foot inches though, you're using metric. Well, we invented all that. Pounds foot inches. We invented that, so we invented all that. So, metric is French, imperial is British. Yeah. So, in the UK we use pounds. Metric is more European. Basically, we use metric for temperature, so we use like Celsius instead of Fahrenheit because we switched that. Can I say a dark humour joke? Of course you can say a dark humour joke. I love a dark humour joke. I make loads of them. Yeah. Libya. So America basically built their own colony and then told everybody else it was wrong to make colonies 100 years later, which is interesting. I'm just gonna it's getting dark here because it's, we're getting closer to Christmas, guys. Just over a month. Maybe I need to start watching Christmas films. Well, not now. I'm just going to turn the light on because it's dark. I've only been streaming for 2 hours. It's already dark. American scores use the metric symbol all the time. It's called the 9mm Glock. Yeah, centimeters, millimeters. Well, in the UK you know more. In the UK you do more. Well, Brazil had 800,000. I mean, 2 million. Yeah, it was basically it was industrial standard. It was an industrial standard. I mean, industrial sized. What did Cunning Fox just put? Picture of an eye. Is he part of the Illuminati? We need the X-Files. We need the X-Files logo. Guys, if you like X-Files, watch Torchwood. Torchwood is like the X-Files. Except Torchwood's probably more graphic. Right, I want to get Depth Strider on here. Then this will be a perfect helmet. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, saying about that. Yeah, guys. Yeah, to actually, when you put that, David, yeah, I'm not 6 foot, David. I'm 3 inches shorter than that. What British cartoon? I might have heard of it. What British cartoon were you watching? Mr. Bean? So that started out as an actual TV series. Imagine being short. I'm not short. I'm not short, Cunning Fox. Yeah, but you're probably like 13, Cunning Fox, which is that's like a normal height if you're 13. Some good stuff. I know Britain do a lot of cartoons. Oh, Peter Rabbit. "13" is a crazy guess. Well, most was I right or wrong? Was I close? Well, I was saying that to Cunning Fox. Then was I right? Peter Rabbit, great books, great films. They shot that. They shot some of that. I walked past an area, a place where they were shooting part of that, because I remember seeing a camera, and then it ended up. Not because I'm just short. Oh. No, the reason I said that, Cunning Fox, is we got a lot of people that watch my streams that are like 13 or 14, and they all say they're short, and I'm like, well, that's not short for their height, for their age. That's not a new cartoon. Swiss Routes, Peter Rabbit isn't a new cartoon. Peter Rabbit's been around for decades. Peter Rabbit, I think, has been around for nearly a century, probably. Peter Rabbit, I believe, has been around. Yeah, Peter Rabbit was created by Beatrix Potter. Beatrix Potter wrote that over 100 years ago. Peter Rabbit was written. Peter Rabbit was written in 1902. Peter Rabbit first appeared in 1902, and then he subsequently appeared in 5 more books between 1904 and 1912. The 6 books by Beatrix Potter have sold over 150 million copies, spawning spin-off merchandise, dishes, wallpaper, painting, books, board games, dolls. In 1903, it was the first fictional character to be made into a stuffed toy. It's the oldest licensed character in the world. See? Voiced by Rory Carter, 1992 till 1992 to 94. Mark Lockyer, 95. Cam Clark, 95. Connor Fitzgerald, 2012-2014. Harry Henty, 2014-2016. James Corden's done it in all the films, and then Sienna Adams did it in 2019 as well. But yeah, Peter Rabbit's been around for centuries. To be fair, I've been this tall since I was 14. Well, that's now, Egg. That's now. So when I was, because I'm 23 next month. I'm 23 next month, Egg, and when I was 13, it was 5 foot. So it's a lot. I think it's gone up now. Yeah. Potter. Out of all the countries, well, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, again, maybe Norway, maybe it's Norway, Sweden, and Finland. I don't know. Maybe Netherlands, France, Belgium, Italy. I've already been to Spain. I do have a Discord server for my YouTube channel. Yes, I do. I am an insight bot, yeah. Yeah, the bot. Basically the west. Well, no, there's other places. Well, Australia, New Zealand are actually the east. They're literally the far east. They're the even further far east. They're literally at the bottom of the world. Literally, Australia is 9,000 miles away from the UK. In fact, I can't spell. Yeah, the UK is 8,900 miles. It's basically nearly 9,000 miles. My finger is burning. Nightbot prompts. I can summon Nightbot. I can summon Nightbot right now to pick a winner. To pick a shout out winner. See what he does. Do you like hot sauce or spicy food? I prefer spicy food. I do like a bit of spice. And David has got the shout outs, except Nightbot has said does not subscribe to this channel. He's joking. Nightbot will sometimes make a joke. I very much said that's Nightbot making a joke, I think. It's definitely Nightbot making a joke. I know you're subbed. Thank you, Nightbot. Get back in your box. I'm a member, yeah. That's Nightbot, guys. Nightbot only comes out. Nightbot only pops out the box. Yes, they are. Minecraft streams are my main thing, but every Thursday I do something called Throwback Thursday. So we're gonna do Lego Batman on Thursday. Wait, tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it? Is it, or is it Tuesday today, guys? Is it Tuesday or Wednesday today? Wait, it's Wednesday. Yeah. So Throwback Thursday tomorrow. You said you're... Yes. Well, that's where my accent's from, yeah. I said, well, it's a southwest accent. Yeah. That's why... I'll never be a winner. Well, you are a winner. Shout out. There's a shout out for you. Nightbot is a... I've never been a winner. Every competition I enter, I never come last. I always come last. Well, apart from this race in school, even though I was heavy, I somehow won the race. Ironically, when I was in school, this is a funny story for you guys. You got free socks from a Twitch stream once. Just bound for this. I'd laugh. Imagine winning 3 shoes from a stream and they don't fit. Imagine winning 3 shoes from a stream, winning shoes on a stream, but then they don't fit. That would be... I want this channel to blow up, but I don't want the channel to blow up because I'm sort of nervous and I don't think that I deserve any success. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was saying, Egg. So I somehow won an 800 meter. I somehow won an 800 meters race in school, despite the fact that I was 200 pounds. That's just the funny thing. That's how That's just how funny that is. I won a race. I won an 800 meter race in school, despite the fact that I was £200. Joe, can we get 30 likes? Maybe. It says I've only got 2 likes on this stream, but that's because I've got the tab open twice. I got the tab open twice because sometimes comments don't appear in the studio. So yeah, we got 14 likes. Maybe. But you'll definitely lose us. Oh, I won't. I won't lose anybody because I read all the streams. It's kind of bittersweet, yeah. So it shows 15. Yeah, it's because I haven't refreshed the page. I bet more members are coming soon. Maybe. And I will give you guys some content for the membership program. If you guys are members, you do get a feature called early access to YouTube videos. It means you can see them like, you know, a week before, 24 hours before. I'm never going to do one of those members only live streams though, when only members can comment, because I think that's abuse. I think that's abuse personally. Forcing people, making people watch a stream but then they can't type anything, I think is wrong. Oh, Torn Witch, I wrote a character in a book the other day. I needed names, so I took a couple of your YouTube names and just I took a couple of people's YouTube names from these streams, and I took a couple of your YouTube names, and basically I needed a name for a book, so I took a couple of you guys' YouTube names, and I basically took parts of your YouTube names and made a character out of it. I needed a YouTube character. You remind me of a wise lad I'll speak to in the airport and never see again. That's such a neat way to include your viewers. Yeah, I just needed a name, so I took a couple of people's YouTube names. How would that work, actually? I don't know. I just took a few names. Here, let me find it. I'll find the character's name. Is it in this book? Is it in chapter 18 or is it in chapter 17? So I was thinking about, I needed a name. So I was thinking, but I was flicking on, I needed a name for this character. So I was flicking on Discord and I saw Bite Rush. So I took the Rush of Bite Rush. I took the Punk of Skate Punk. I took the Pixel of Pixel King, and I took a person in there we got called. I took I took the Void from Void Official, and I created this character. I created this senator for a story. I created this senator. I needed a character. I needed a character to disappear a minute. I needed a character name. Yeah, I'm never gonna listen. I'm never going to forget anybody, and plus, I don't agree with living in a manor. Literally, what you want from a house, guys, is you want probably 4 rooms. If you have like a house, you probably want 4 rooms. You probably want 5. If you're successful, you probably want 5 rooms. You probably want something like 6 rooms, 4 bedrooms, 1 spare just in case, and then a place to be your office. Yeah, I can't put the egg on because that chapter's already finished. But yeah, we can call a character egg. So I needed a character name, so I basically took a couple of your YouTube names and I created that character. Well, maybe mansions would make me nervous. It wouldn't make me nervous, but there's better stuff you can do with money. I'm fine with a 2-bed, 2-bath. Well, in the UK, I mean, the house I'm living in's literally got 1 bath. The house like that, My childhood house only has one bath and one toilet. My childhood house only has one. Well, I still live here, but no, name a robot after me, David Bot. I mean, that'd be a great name. That is a cool name for a robot. I'm going to screenshot that. I'm still going to call something David Bot. The main character has something called Killtron. The main character was going to have something called Killtron, but it was like drones that they could launch to basically decimate an enemy population if they had to, if it came to that. Bonus points if my robot develops a gay attraction to someone. There's a joke about Star Wars with that. What's the line from the thick of it about Star Wars? Here it is, the thick of it Star Wars quote. The thick of it. Where's the thick of it Star Wars quote? Oh, here it is. It's time for you to step up, Ollie. What's that film you love? What film? The one about the fucking hairdresser, the space hairdresser, the one about that fucking hairdresser, the space hairdresser and the cowboy. The guy, he's got a tinfoil pal and a pedal bin. His father's a robot, and he's fucking fucked his sister. Lego, they're all made of Lego. Star Wars. That's the one, right? It's like that, where you fucking kill all the bad guys and you blow up the big Death Star. The Death Star thing, there you go. And you live happily ever after on the planet of the teddy bears. They're Ewoks, and they're fantastic. It's a fantastic analogy. Well done. I love that show. Yeah, but yeah, he calls them about the tinfoil man and and the pedal bin, and he calls R2D2 the pedal bin. I love it. Such a great line. I'm back once again. Welcome back. Hello, Bite Rush. Welcome to the stream. We were just talking, Bite Rush, on the in the chat about how I took a couple of everyone's YouTube names and made a character for my book because I needed one. So I took the Rush from your name. I took the Punk from Skate Punk, the Pixel from Pixel King, and the Void from Void Official. And we've created a character, and I created a character that I needed a character name, so I've just put it in the chat. I needed a character, so I took a couple of people's YouTube names and just sliced bits out of it because I needed a character name. R2D2 was the main character, yeah, but yeah, Malcolm Tucker in the thick of it calls them the pedal bin. They're all made of Lego, and they live happily ever after on the planet of the teddy bears. They're called Ewoks. But I love that line when he says about the planet of the teddy bears, and the planet of the teddy bears. But then he says, the space hairdresser and the cowboy. And the one guy, he's got a tinfoil man and a pedal bin, and he calls R2D2. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. Yeah, this is the better thick of it, the one that actually made sense. It's actually a parody of the British government. It's actually a parody about how the British government runs its ministries. And Malcolm Tucker is meant to be based on Sir Alistair Campbell, that was Tony Blair's spin doctor, who would basically spin all the media. They know he would. And yeah, the thick of it is a funny show, guys. It's Peter Capaldi, who played the 12th Doctor. His lines are hilarious, and he says some real funny ones in there. Listen up, right? 8 constitutes a lockdown. It's a fucking lockdown right now. Come off it. We're not in a prison drama. Yeah, this is a fucking prison drama. This is the fucking Shawshank Redemption. Only there's going to be more tunneling through shit and no fucking redemption. I love that line. It's a brilliant TV show. Oh shit, the fucking bed. Oh, I just smacked my hand on my laptop. Side note. That's one of my favourite. That's his cousin. That Peter Capaldi is his cousin. Peter Capaldi is Lewis Capaldi's cousin. The creeper just blew up and scared the fucking shit out of me. I just smacked my laptop. I just smacked my hand on my laptop because I fucking flung backwards. Yeah, so Lewis Capaldi is Peter Capaldi's cousin. But that's why Peter Capaldi appears in one of his music videos. Poor laptop, man. Yeah, I flung back and my laptop was hanging over the side of the desk a bit and I caught my finger on it. Yeah, I know it's called The Thick of It. But The Thick of It TV series is very good. It's very funny. Peter Capaldi just swears a lot. Peter Capaldi just swears a lot and just insults people. He's trying to get this guy in for a piercing debate in a radio show, and the guy goes, get off me. He goes, all right, I'll stick this guy's got piercings all over his body. He goes, I'll stick a magnet down your throat and watch your face implode, because he's talking about obviously how the piercings will go cut straight into his skin. And he goes, oh, get off me. Oh, I'll shove a magnet down your throat. I bought the Luminous Dream shaders the second day they come out. Cool. So they're all made of Lego. And the one with the pedal bin. But I love the line about the lockdown. 8 constitutes a lockdown. Sounds like a fun show. Yeah, it's a comedy series. It's a comedy series from like 2005 to 12. There's 4 seasons, but it was based on the British government. But it was based on It's actually based on a government ministry. It's based on a fictional government ministry, but they always make mistakes. So in one of the episodes, they published the crime stats. In one episode, they published the crime stats, and they inadvertently they published the crime stats from 2004 to the last quarter, but then they add the last quarter on it as well, so they're unconfirmed statistics. And the guy goes, what happened? As you said. And the minister goes, as you said, we published the crime figures up to the last quarter. Yes, up to, but not including the last quarter. When you count, and then the minister goes, when you count up to, you include what you're counting up to. And the other guy goes, the events leading up to the Second World War do not also include the Second World War. And they're all arguing over the crime figures, and some of it's just stupid but funny. Yeah, the events leading up to the First World War do not also include the First World War. I love the actor that says that line, because he's really good in everything he's done. He's really good in a lot of the shit he's done. Some of the stuff that Peter Capaldi and David Haig shouting at each other, it literally ends, the credits play, and you can still hear him shouting, which is just really funny. While the credits are playing, you can still hear him shouting. I love food so much. So do I. That's probably why I'm £215 or whatever. Yeah, so yeah, I love the credits. The end credits of one of these episodes, it's literally them shouting. And while the credits are playing, you can still hear him shouting. £200 of greatness. Thank you. Right, anyway. Thank you to the people who have subscribed. As it stands at the moment, guys, hold on. Oh, that subscriber count was wrong. That subscriber count was wrong. It was 2 out. Oh. We're 24 subscribers, guys. No, I think that's barely a compliment. That's alright. I make jokes about being overweight all the time. I make jokes about being overweight all the time just to encourage and explain to everyone that, you know, being overweight isn't a bad thing. If you are overweight, it's not the end of the world. Which is 100% true, guys. If you're overweight, it's not the end of the world. It's only a problem. A BDE, I don't even know what BDE is. Bad. I don't know what BDE is. It could be body dysmorphia edition. Big D energy. Oh, cool. That's good then. I'm little on the chubby side. Yeah, so am I. I mean, I haven't always been on the chubby side. I was really skinny when I was younger. When I was younger, I was really skinny. Like, I think when I was 14, I was like 60 pounds. In fact, when I was in school, people used to walk up behind me and just lift me up. I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. But that's a normal thing, though. If you see good food, you're going to eat it. I'm in the latter. Yeah. There's no such thing as the normal body, though. There is no such thing as the normal body. And plus, the statistics are wrong as well. They have a thing called BMI, and BMI is useless. So my BMI puts me at obese when I'm not obese. My BMI puts me at obese. Yeah, my BMI puts me at like. Should I have a look? Should I even have a look, guys? Here we go. BMI. I'm gonna put my weight into a BMI calculator. Calculate it for an adult, because I am an adult. Right, here we go. Start now. Are you 18 years old? Yes, I am. I'm 175 centimeters, so that's exactly 5'9". What are you in? Let's switch to pounds. Just gotta see what this is in just gotta see what this is in stone. So it's 15 stone 5. What are you? Asian? Are you Asian or Asian British? Black African, Caribbean or Black British? Middle Eastern mixed. No, I'm white. So calculate. And your BMI is 31.7. You are in the obese category. Yeah, the BMI statistics, guys, are completely off the chart wrong. Yeah. I don't know. What it is, Egg. You, for your BMI, you put your height. It's your height and your weight. Your BMI is from your height and your weight, so it calculates how tall you are, but it doesn't take on. The one thing with BMI is it doesn't take on gender. It doesn't take on your gender. And it takes on your gender. Yeah, sorry. It doesn't take on. What it doesn't take on board is how muscular you are. So, I'm probably 70% muscle, 30% fat. Probably. In terms of like an overall thing. but it doesn't take that on the point. It doesn't take that. It doesn't take that on board. It only takes the weight. So it will naturally think you're. I guarantee. It doesn't take that on board, guys. My BMI is 30. Yeah, BMI is useless. So my BMI is 31. But that's taken on board. That's taken on board though. An average, a healthy weight for me is probably like 40 pounds lighter. Yes, because BMI, yeah, it's an estimate of your height versus your weight. So, whereas other measures like actual fitness tests will give you a much clearer understanding. Like BMI used to be really popular, now it's not, because it's outdated. It's an outdated check. This is a bit of history. This was designed as the bus station from. Yeah, 185 is normal in the UK. That's basically the average weight of a British adult. I think that's lower in America. If you're American, the average weight now is like 200 in America. Because the average weight is much heavier in America. It's like 15 pounds. Yeah. The average weight in America is much higher. Yeah, the average weight in America is much higher. You weigh a gram. That's good. That's got to be. I weigh a gram totally. That is good though. If you weigh a gram, actually no, with a gram you'd be underweight. Hello, random player PR. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you weigh a gram, I guarantee you'd be. With a gram, you'd be underweight. That'd be like. That's probably the weight of my Nintendo. That's probably the weight of my Nintendo Switch controller. That's probably the weight of a Joy-Con. 0.1 gram. Blimey. That's basically paper then. That's basically paper. That's basically the weight of paper. Paper is heavy. I meant like a sheet of paper. One sheet of paper is like 0.1 gram. Paper is heavy when you've got loads of sheets. What was I gonna say? I was gonna Google something in a minute. Have you guys been seeing that Atlas thing? The comet. It's really interesting. It's an interesting concept. A lot of they've been sharing. A lot of people, because it's done a lot of abnormalities. A lot of people thought it was an alien. There was conspiracies that it was an alien spacecraft, and interestingly, NASA have not revealed any NASA have pictures of it, but haven't released anything. It's a really interesting concept. But yeah, NASA haven't shown any this comet could be between a few hundred meters to a couple of kilometers. But they said it could be between 10 and even 20 kilometers wide, which that would be ridiculous. 20 kilometers, what even is that? What even is 20 km, guys? That's pretty 10 miles? 12 miles. Is it rare to find a leaf on an apple? Not that rare. Paper's heavy. For a US dollar bill weighs exactly what is that 1 gram? Yeah. Oh god. In fact, we don't have bills for pounds. We don't have bills for pounds in the UK. We just have coins, pound coins, a £2 coin. The next sort of currency up from that is the next currency up from that is a £10 note, is a £5 note, a £10 note, and you do have £50 notes as well. Well, they do work. Let you just see. They do work. I've already said they work. We played one last week. I got an itchy nose. Ugh. That's oh shit. Where was I? I was at the castle, wasn't I? I was at the castle. We gotta go. Yeah, the Switch fans are... My Switch fans are starting to go. Right, let's sleep for now. Let's sleep for now, then we can head straight over there. But... yeah, the Switch... Sorry, I was reading something then. About an actress who... I read this thing about an actress. Her something that she revealed in an interview was that the film that she regrets making. Well, I'm not going to be fussed if it's Despawn. I'll be a bit annoyed because I had my best boots on and I had the good sword, but I know where that stuff is. That stuff is at the castle. That stuff is around that woodland forest near the castle, so we can head straight we can head straight over there. We can head straight over there because it's not that far away. Do 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 la la la. So the best sort of the best logical option for us would be to take the path here. Take this path here and go this way. I wasn't paying attention to where I was, so I'm hoping that we were right next to the castle, so the castle will not spawn in yet. If you're nowhere near what loads up, you should be fine. So we're nowhere near that castle at the moment. That castle is not in our spawn zone. It's not in our load zone. So because the castle is literally, I can't move now. The castle's not in our load zone yet. Oh, shut up. Come on. I don't know. But we're here. I just had to stop because I need this food. I'm about to make an old school PB fudge for the first time. Oh, peanut butter fudge for the first time. Cool. So, I would imagine it's around here somewhere. Because this is the spruce biome. I would presume that we would have come across here. Oh bollocks! I can't see, can I? Unless we didn't, unless we were further down here, but we wouldn't have gone down. We wouldn't have gone down there. We would have been heading back to there. So I think it's. I think we're further. I think we were further. I think we were further this way. I think. See, got it. I said I knew we were here somewhere. We were heading. I knew where we were heading. Right, so we got everything back. Got the sword. We got that sword back. The gunpowder here. So, can Nightbot time out? I've got rid of that. I've got rid of that option because he used to time out people on purpose. He used to time out people that didn't do anything wrong. So I've got rid of Nightbot's ability to do that because Nightbot was timing out people that necessarily hadn't done anything wrong. So we got rid of Nightbot's ability to do that. I got rid of Nightbot's ability to do that because Nightbot was getting rid of people's abilities to do certain things. Thank you to the people that have liked this stream so far. 200 of you have, nearly 300 of you have watched this stream today. Literally, guys, we are celebrating. We're almost at 7,300. We're 26. We're 24 away at the moment. So I have a question. Of course, you don't have to ask. You don't have to ask me a question. Just ask the question. What have we got in here then? Nothing of any use to me at the moment. Guys, that's an island there. That's not even part of the mainland. It's just a random. Even that's an island. That whole quadrant here is an island. That is an island too. And it's fairly deep. I want to see if we can get 300 views on this stream. That would be amazing. 300, almost 300 of you have watched this stream today. In fact, you guys are crazy. You guys have put a lot of watch time on this stream today. My favourite streamer right now. Oh, thank you. It's really kind of you. Yeah, I'm going to do something in a few weeks. It's going to be called the Survival Legacy-a-thon. And it's going to be us for like 10 hours. It's going to be us on here for like 10 hours. And we'll just build whatever comes to our heads. So come up with some ideas, guys. Come up with some ideas. I want to do a challenge. I want to do a build challenge. For those of you that have Legacy Console Edition, or come up with a build. So, for all of you that are play Legacy Console Edition or play Minecraft, everyone build a build. Everyone shoot a video of a build that you've made and put hashtag Calamity of Joe's build challenge, and we'll try and build each one. We'll build each one on here. I'll build each one of your build ideas for this challenge on a YouTube video or a YouTube stream. Will I time out? Well, I do block people and time out people, but only if they've done something wrong. But we hardly have anybody actually do anything wrong. It doesn't matter, David. It does not matter whether it's redstone build, whether it's a redstone or a normal build. There's no requirements. It was a cool idea. I just popped up in my head. It's a way to make the community feel like a community. What the limits? There isn't a limit. There won't be a limit. Make the working computer that plays Tetris. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think that I'm ever going to finish that. I don't think I've got the redstone. Limits are not safe for work. Yeah, and probably a build limit of like 30 blocks. Probably a build limit of like 50 to 60 blocks. 50 blocks wide, 50 blocks big, 50 blocks long, 50 blocks wide. If we build too many of those builds, we'll end up with no space. That isn't a lot. I meant 50. I meant like 50, but I meant like 50 long, 50 wide. That's like build like a noob house. Oh, I've already built a noob house. I built a house out of dirt. Yeah, but those videos were a lot of those videos were cash grab. Yeah, not 50 blocks total. Like, I meant like 50 blocks wide, 50 blocks in. That's just the limit. That's a limit of how big it can be. But 50 blocks. 50 blocks. I meant 50 blocks in like length and diameter. Like that's like, what's 50 times 50? You know, it could be 2,000. I'm gonna be looking at a drop. That's all right. Build a dirt bike. That's a cash grab. Yeah, a cash grab random player. You know, those were clickbaity videos for money and views. 50 times 50 is 2,000. So you could have a block, you could have a building that's basically a radius of 2,500 blocks, because that would be 50 long, 50 wide. Because 50, if you were to do a box of 50 by 50, you'd have 2,500 blocks in the middle. But an emerald pick. Well, I can't. That's a cool idea, actually. Maybe. Yeah, a cash grab is basically a YouTube video that's, you know, they've made it just to make money off. They've made it to cash off you, so it's a cash grab. Or a view grab. There's no height limit. No, there's no height limit. It's just... There's no height limit to a build. Wow. There would have to be a height limit because it's Legacy Console Edition. Because I'm on Legacy Console Edition. There would have to be a height limit of 200. There would have to be a height limit of 200 because eventually, because there is a limit. There is a limit of how high something can be, but it could be 200 blocks. Sorry, it doesn't need to be 200 blocks, guys. But there is a limit. There is a limit of how many blocks you can use in Minecraft. How high you can go in Minecraft. Obviously, in Legacy Console Edition, the height limit is lower. This is Legacy Console Edition. It's still This is Legacy Console Edition. Random Player PR. That's Bedrock. Bedrock. It got up to another. Bedrock upped it another 100 and. Bedrock upped it another 124. Initially, it was 120. Initially, it was 128. Minecraft Bedrock Edition was 128 blocks. Yeah, that was because it got upped in 2021. I'm going to get you to make a... We could probably do that. Maybe. But yeah. What happened to our creeper? Is he dead? But saying about this, guys. What? They're common in Legacy Edition. You just need lava to. They were common here. You just needed you needed something to hit them, though. Yeah, so I was saying, so yeah, Legacy Console Edition is because it was discontinued in 2019. It didn't get the increased world height limit that happened. It didn't get the increased world height limit that it got 200 years later. 2 years later. So it was up. It was up once before. It used to be 128. The height limit used to be 128. Then it got up to another 120 till. Then it got up to another 128 to 256. How do I port? Is that ADHD? Is that ADHD, Egg? Because that's a trait of ADHD, you know. How do you port Legacy maps to PC? You can't. You've got to point. You can't point it to PC. Legacy, not gonna lie, looks fun. You can't point Legacy maps to thing. You have to. You can point it to your laptop, but you have to port your world to your if you've got a PS4 world, you need to point it to the PS4. You've got to port it to your PS4. Yeah, that could be ADHD. That could be undiagnosed ADHD. Legacy Bedrock, and then if you have a free realm if you have the same account on all if you have the same accounts, if you have the same Microsoft accounts on your laptop or your PC, you can port your world using a free realm subscription. You can port your worlds between your laptops. So I did. That's what I did to get my Survivor Legacy world on my laptop. Or phone. No, I don't know, because I don't know if Minecraft... I don't even know if Minecraft's still on phone. I don't even know if Minecraft is still on phone. Yeah, I'm not sure if phones... I said I wasn't aware. You have a half-decent attention span, but I do zone out a lot, and it was a problem when I used to go to school. That could be ADHD then. You might have ADHD. ADHD is where you fidget. You can't sit still. You can't sit still for a long time. It's not about the attention span. It's that you fidget. ADHD is when you fidget and you zone in and out. But that's But normally that's because ADHD is normally that you can't sit still with ADHD. If it's that that could be ADHD. Yeah, inability to sit still can be caused by mental health conditions like ADHD or anxiety. Could be something like that, because ADHD, that is a trait of it. It's a trait of it, which it's not a bad trait. It's not a bad thing. It's when you feel like hyper. But it's where you've got a lot of energy. What's ADHD? It's not ADHD. It's a mental health condition. ADHD is called attention hyper deficit disorder. Attention. Oh, I can't. It's something like that. ADHD. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. It's where you're hyper. It's where you're hyper, so you can't. It's where obviously you do zone out. You sometimes you might fidget because you can't sit still. You can't sit still because you have you're hyper. It's I know lots of people. I know lots of people that have it. No, but what I meant, it's not about being hyper energy. It's not about being energized. It's about you can't sit still for a long time because of just how the body moves. So I had a guy in my school year had it. You can't control yourself. You can't control so you always want to move. So I had a guy in my school year that had it. He basically sitting in exams he hated sitting in exams. Yeah, it's basically where you just can't sit still. So there was a guy in my school year that had it. He struggled in the exams, and he was telling me about it. He said he hated it in the exams because he couldn't move. He couldn't move. He couldn't get up and walk around. By the way, I know to make service 3. Cool. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what ADHD is. It's basically a condition where where people can't sit still for long sort of times. They can't do one thing for a really long time. Yeah, that could be that definitely could be a trait of ADHD. I got on the coffee then. That's alright. That definitely could be ADHD, Egg. I mean, even just moving your knees, you're still... It's basically your body saying that it doesn't want to sit down. Am I into automobiles? I'm not. I'm not into it, but I see how like useful they are, but I'm not into it in like I know everything about them. I do like watching Top Gear in the Grand Tour though, but probably because I liked the presenters and I liked the specials that they did. I love the one which they go to America and they go to America and they just all they do is they put a prank. They do a prank. They basically write slogans on their car and they piss off they piss off the people of Alabama. I have heard of Honda Civic. That's what I have heard of. But yeah, I think Honda is British. There's a couple of your big car companies that you would hear of are actually British. No, Honda is Japanese. Honda's Japanese, but they have. Honda is Japanese, but they had a branch in the UK, but the UK branch don't exist anymore. Honda closed the British branch. Yes, not. Yeah, not anymore though. Nah, not anymore. Skatepunk. Honda closed down the British branch. Honda had one British branch in the UK, but they closed it down a couple of years ago. Yeah, what I meant is like. Quite a few of them are. Why do people like Prime? It tasted horrible in my opinion. I don't know. I knew a guy that paid 34 quid for 2 bottles. Mainly, probably Japan. The UK branch was closed a few years ago. It pissed off the government. The government got pissed off because it destroyed 10,000 jobs. Yeah, a lot of it's not healthy as well, which that's just KSI. That's just KSI's thing. Let's go and pitch food stuff which is healthy, which isn't actually that healthy. Guys, the healthiest thing for dehydration is water. That is generally true. Water, tea and milk. Yeah, I know a guy, he's a little bit gullible. He paid 17 quid for he paid 34 quid. He bought 2 bottles for 17 quid. Is Apple even good? Apple computers are alright. Apple phones are alright. They're not the best. I prefer. Yeah, but it pissed off the British government because they didn't, even though they switched it. I'm proud of my UK built Honda. Yeah, even though they switched it, they didn't offer jobs to all the 10,000 people that work there. So these 10,000 people, 10,000 people were told that they no longer had a job. Which, that's kind of wrong. Some companies, if they switch countries, will offer them a job with wherever they're going. But Honda didn't do that, and it ended up. I think it was 10,000 jobs. I think 10,000 people were made unemployed, which that's a lot of people, guys. That's like that's the population of a small town. That's the population of a small town, pretty much. But yeah, if we're talking a thing like that, there's a couple of cars that are British. Rolls Royce is British. Jaguar is British. Well, are people so? No, people aren't afraid of the word job. It's the word job's not a word to be afraid of. The problem is there's not enough jobs to go around at the moment. AI isn't helping because AI is making it possible for some jobs to be done digitally. You know, computers even ended jobs. 30 years ago, someone had to sit down and calculate absolutely everything that they had in stock. Now they can just go, oh, click of a button. British car brands. Here it goes. Here it is. Here's some of the British car brands. Here's the British car brands that were made, guys. Here's the British car brands. These are the British-made car brands. Aston Martin, Bentley, Jaguar, Land Rover, Lotus, McLaren, Rolls-Royce. Yeah, Aston Martin. Obviously, Aston Martin is very much a British car because of obviously James Bond. But yeah, Aston Martin, Bentley, Jaguar, Land Rover, Lotus, McLaren, and Rolls-Royce are British brands. Yeah. Thing is, though, Jaguar is British, but it's owned by German now. Yeah, Rolls-Royce is British. And Jaguar is quite Swish as well. Jaguar is quite a Swish brand. I'm not saying Swiss, guys. I'm not saying like Swiss brand. I'm saying Swish with a H. And Swish, it means like really posh. Aston Martin and Jaguar are quite luxury brands as well. What do you think is the best Who do you think is the best YouTuber? I couldn't tell you that. If you could pick a country to move to, where would it be? Somewhere quiet. Somewhere quiet. I would like a place where it's quiet, low crime. You were a cool person. Thank you, that's really kind of you. If you say Technoblade, then you're a cool person. I never really watched him. I never really watched Technoblade. I respected him because he came from nothing and he didn't lynch off other YouTubers like Dream did. But I don't agree with the concept that he made Minecraft popular, because he didn't. Minecraft was already played by hundreds of millions of people before he took off. I don't agree with that notion, but I agree with that he was a great Minecraft YouTuber. I don't agree with the thing that he made Minecraft popular, because yeah, he died from cancer, which sucks. Yeah, it does suck, but I got asked a few years ago. I got asked last year to make a model of him earlier on in the year, and I didn't do it. I refused to make a model of him. Yeah, I'd say that. But then there's a couple of other Minecraft YouTubers you can probably stick from back from the day, like but also on that point as well. On that, yeah, Stampy Cat. Well, Stampy Longhead. That's what his name was. They only called him Stampy Cat because because of his cat skin. Yeah. So I like the tribute they did to him in the Minecraft movie, but I liked that it was subtle. You've never watched Stampy since you know. I couldn't speak English. Yeah. I think he did. Surprisingly, he did a lot of stuff in foreign languages as well, I think. But he was very popular back in the day. His Minecraft videos were the most popular ever. You know, he went from 1,000 subs. He went from 1,000 subs to 1 million in like 8 months. Yeah, I'm the same. My only language is English. But what I meant, David, is yeah, Stampy took off crazily. Stampy's channel existed from... He created his channel in 2006, but because his Minecraft videos took off, he went from 1,000 subs. He went from 1,000 subs to like 1 million within a year. But talking of like true, what I was saying about the Technoblade thing, I liked the tribute to him in the Minecraft movie was subtle. Yeah, Stampy and Dan TDM were very popular. Literally, their Minecraft content blew the game up. Their Minecraft content blew the game up. Hello, Michelin Man. Like, I'm not the Michelin Man, Jesus. No, but what I meant, David, is that I'm glad to. I liked that the tribute to him was subtle, because you know Minecraft existed before Technoblade, and it would exist after. He was just someone that become popular because of Minecraft, and I really liked the tribute that they did to him. I liked the tribute they did to him. I liked that it was subtle and it wasn't over the top. No, it's not. It's not. Minecraft is the most popular game of all time. Based on sales, I think. Most... It could be Thing, though. It could be Fortnite now. The best-selling video game of all time is Minecraft. The most popular video game of all time is Minecraft. Minecraft has sold 350 million sales. Oh my god, Wii Sports is up there. The most popular video games of all time is... Actually, you could argue the most popular video game of all time was probably Nintendo Wii. Because Nintendo Wii Sports sold 82 million, but that was on one console, because it only came out on one console. Whereas Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto 5 were both... Minecraft and GTA 5 were on multiple platforms. And then the one underneath, Wii Sports at 82 million, was only available on one console. So that's more impressive. 80 million on one console. In fact, Nintendo Switch will be the most popular video game console of all time, guys. Yeah, that's what I liked, David, because, you know, if you're an older Minecraft fan who played the game when it took off and then stopped playing it and stopped watching Minecraft YouTube content, and you went and watched the Minecraft movie, you got the you don't understand the reference, and you don't need to understand the reference because you wouldn't have known who he was. Whereas it's younger people will have known the reference straight away and would have known who he was. Whereas, you know, some other people, whereas younger people would have got it, but you know, Minecraft's that old now that some of the people that played Minecraft when it came out are now. Some of the people that played Minecraft that came out are now like the younger, like, say you played Minecraft for the first time in 2009 and you were 12. It's about 20 quid. It's about 20 quid. It used to be cheaper. Basically, the Bedrock Pocket Edition was £5. Pocket Edition was £5. This version, the Legacy Console Editions were £20. Now it's all £20. But that's because they've added more and more to it. But it's not an overly priced game. I was 12 in 2009. That was just a random guess when I said 12. When I said someone being 12, well, it was just a random number. I mean, but yeah, someone that's 12 in 2009 when the game came out is now 28. and so not everyone's going to get the Technoblade reference. So I'm glad it was subtle. Let's see what the most popular video game console is of all time. Switch is going to go past it. Most popular video games consoles. Most popular video game console of all time is the most popular video game console of all time is PlayStation 2, 160 million units sold. Most popular video game console of all time is PS2, 160 million sales, but Nintendo Switch is only a few million behind. Nintendo Switch is 6 million behind. You're going to think Nintendo Switch sell at least a couple of million a year, so how many people are going to buy one at Christmas time? Back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, well, Nintendo Switch is only 6 million behind. It's only 100,000 behind Nintendo DS. The nearest one is PlayStation 2. The nearest one is PlayStation 4, which is 117 million. What's Nintendo Switch 2 at the moment? Nintendo Switch 2 is at 10 million sales already, and it only came out in June. Nintendo Switch 2 is launching. David is a chill guy. Everyone's chilling here, I think. That's not that bad compared to £60 games in GTA 6 that will be over 100. Yeah. PS5, well, PS5's nowhere. PS5's only like 50 million. Let me go back to that tab. Like, I'll find it. List of best-selling video games consoles of all time. Nintendo Switch 2's down in 28th. Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S is at 28 million. PlayStation 5 is at 84 million. Yeah, so Xbox is not as good as PlayStation and Nintendo then. Xbox is not as good as PlayStation and Nintendo then, according to those statistics. According to them statistics, Nintendo and I think Nintendo's a good games console, but the company. But what they do, we just chat and chill. Yeah, Nintendo's a great games company. Nintendo have just given up competing with Nintendo. Thing is though, what Nintendo have done is really clever. Nintendo have just basically. What Nintendo have done in recent years is just give up play. Is they've basically gave up. Nintendo have just gave up fighting with Xbox. Yeah, the thing is with Nintendo now is Nintendo have just gave up fighting with Xbox and PlayStation. Nintendo basically said the president of Nintendo literally said a few years ago, why don't you challenge Xbox and Sony, Microsoft and Sony for the Xbox and PlayStation 5? And the head of Nintendo literally said these words. He went, why would we have to challenge them? We've got the handheld market dominated. And it's true. Nintendo Switch, it dominates the handheld market. The handheld market, Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 and the OLED. Literally, the Nintendo Switch. The regular Nintendo Switch model sold 96 million units. The OLED model has sold 29 million, and the Lite model has sold 25 million. So they've got Nintendo have sold more consoles combined on the 3 consoles they've made for Nintendo Switch. They've sold more. They've nearly all what Xbox have sold on the Xbox Series X. Nintendo is really clever. Nintendo basically decided they made the perfect. What Nintendo had been trying to do with the Wii U. Nintendo did what they should have done with the Wii U. Nintendo took the whole idea of the Wii U and made it that the handheld bit was the console, so you could play it on TV and you could play it on the Switch. You can live stream through your phone. Don't want to use a setup to live. Yeah, that's not. You've got to use a setup to live though. To go live, even to live stream, you've got to have a setup. It's impossible to live stream without one, because even just live stream for your laptop, you've got to have some sort of setup. No, there's not. There's not. But there's no way to live stream without having a setup. You've always got to have a setup to live stream. Yeah, but wait. You still have to have a setup to live stream, because you can't. With an Xbox, you can live stream through the console. You can live stream. You can live stream through your PS5. I mean, I only have like under to controller things. Are you talking about a Switch Lite? You're talking about a. You're talking about a. What are you talking about? I don't get what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about. Are you talking about a Nintendo Switch controller? Are you talking? You're talking about a wire. You're talking about a wireless Pro controller. What's that got to do with a setup? What's that got to do with a wireless setup? You have to have a setup. Yeah, you've got to have a setup to stream. You can't stream, but it's a Switch controller. But it's a Switch controller. So I'm a bit confused where you're going with this. Attached. A wireless controller, but it what? I mean, I used to do that. It's an attached. So it's not a wireless controller because it's attached. I just don't get where you're going from. You need OBS to stream. I'm using OBS, but I don't need it. I don't need OBS. You can use Elgato. You can use Elgato, which I've got an Elgato HD capture card, but wireless. You can use an Elgato. You can use the Elgato HD60 in the OBS. So I use OBS. I use OBS because it gives me more I can do with the stream. I'm a bit confused. It's SayTake. I'm a bit confused. No, it's like two controllers that are normal but can remove them. The controller's kind of like Switch, like the controller thing, but different. It's like the two controllers. Are you talking about the Joy-Cons? That's the Switch Lite. If you can't take the Joy-Cons off, it's a Switch Lite. But you USB-C? I'm totally confused what you're talking about. I don't think you're talking about a Nintendo Switch. I'm really confused. It's like the two controllers that are normal but cannot remove them in the console. Yeah, that's a Switch Lite. A Switch Lite. It's like Switch Lite, but you use USB-C. But that's a Are you talking about a wireless controller connected up to the Switch dock? A wireless controller. You could have just said wireless controller. What's that got to do with a stream setup? I have no idea where all that's got to do. That is true. You do. You can stream through your phone. You can do what I used to do when I started my channel. You can just take a camera. You can take a camera and then connect, then point it at your screen, which that does kind of work. Well, you need somewhere to stream it as well. Should I send post link? I mean, yeah, might as well. I'm really confused on what random player's talking about. Did we put a bed in this room? In here? We did, yeah. Good. Yeah, that through PS5, yeah. Through PS5, yeah. But with OBS and Elgato, you have to have some sort of input. You have to have some sort of stream setup. Yeah, that's not a Nintendo Switch. That's not a Nintendo Switch. That's not a Nintendo Switch. I have no idea what that is. That looks like a Nintendo Switch. That looks like a knockoff Nintendo Switch. I've never seen anything like that. How could I see? You got to click on random. You got to click on Random Player PL's YouTube channel and go to his post section. Yeah, that's not a Nintendo Switch. Yeah, you're never gonna stream on that because that's not a Nintendo Switch. You can't stream on the Switch. You got to use your. That's not a Switch. That's never seen that before. That's Nintendo Switch for me. That's Nintendo Switch. That's low budget Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that's not Nintendo Switch. That is, Mum, I want a Nintendo Switch from the shop. We have a Nintendo Switch at home. That's a joke, but that is very much not a Nintendo Switch. Check. Yeah, that's not a Switch. I know what a Nintendo Switch looks like. That's a completely different shape. That's a completely different shape. The console's completely different, but even the console's completely different shape. It has a Switch. It has a freaky joint. It is a Switch. That's not a Switch. Let's have a look. With a new post. There isn't a new post. I can't even see that post. It's not loading. No, I said it. I don't think that is a Switch. The screen does. The screen looks completely. The screen looks completely. The screen looks completely out of the wrong shape. The screen looks completely the wrong shape. Random Player PI. It doesn't look. I don't think it's a Switch, but from that image, because the bit at the bottom, no Switch has that. And when you said the bits separate, if it's a Switch, they separate. If it's a Switch, they separate. That's not a Switch. It looks like a Switch. They slightly overlay the borders of the screen. Yeah. World tour. I'm not going to do a world tour today, but welcome to the stream, Harry Hooper. Welcome to the stream. But what I mean, Random Player PL, the screen... It's a plug that plugs into the bottom into the USB-C port. Yeah. That's... Yeah, I don't know what that is. Why do you have that on it? That's probably why it won't fit in the... Yeah, when you said about streaming... Yeah, you stream it by fitting in the dock. The USB-C ports is where the dock would go in. But why is there something that... Why does that plug into it? That bit doesn't... That bit shouldn't exist. I can... That bit shouldn't exist. but also the screen. Those aren't Joy-Cons. What they might be is what they might be cheap knockoff Joy-Cons, because companies do that, make cheap controllers. But yeah, those aren't Joy-Cons. That's why it looks so confusing. Yeah, I've got a Thirst Gen Switch as well. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, that's why. Yes, it's likely a bootleg Switch. Yeah. Because I don't. I've got a Switch. I've got a First Gen Switch from. My Switch is First Gen from from like 2016, from 2017. I've never seen any extension that fits in the bottom. I've never seen any extension port that fits in the bottom. That's why it confused me. I'm not aware that there is extensions. But it might be one of those third-party accessories. Yeah. They do have third-party accessories, and some of these accessories, though, are just bizarre. I mean, I've got a third-party accessory controller. But it's a wired one, so it wires up. I let my younger brother borrow my Switch for a week, and it was ruined with chocolate dried into the air vents and at the top, scratches and down in the Joy-Con. Bloody hell. Yeah, I once booted someone from my world. I once booted someone from my world. I once booted someone from this world because I let people come on this world and build shit, and somebody blew up half my house and then basically said it was their little brother. It might have been their little brother, but I booted them because obviously I thought they did it because they were the only person there. They claimed it was someone else initially. They claimed it was somebody else initially, and it happened to be. Can't trust them 100%. Yeah, I had someone initially. I thought it was. They initially said it was someone else, but the person they blamed was over with everyone else at the subscriber designated area. So, but my house had completely blown up. Yeah, it ended up I had to go back onto a copy a month before, and I lost a lot of builds off this word. So some of these, there was some builds here that don't exist. There's some builds in my series that don't exist. So my pet shop, favorite hidden entrance mechanisms. I do have a real cool. The bank would be cool, and banning him is justified. Yeah, this guy. In the comment section the next day, I got a comment on a video. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I hope your Nintendo Switch breaks. Actually, should I find that comment? See if I can find it. Okay. Never mind. I hope. It's going to be a load of comments saying I hope your channel goes viral from someone 2 days ago. I'm happy I saw this because it's something I should always do. Thanks for the final push. That's on my Forever Word video. Congratulations on 5k. I hope you get there. That's I Am Finn. And I said he will because he's incredible. His content's amazing, guys. You should go sub to him. Wow, legit. I hope you have a wonderful day. That's a guy with 5k that used to basically comment angrily if I didn't watch one of his videos. Oh, are you watching my videos? Because I'd hate to have inaccurate subscribers. He used to comment. What an asshole. What an asshole. I hope. Let's change that. I hope your. See if I can find that comment. I hope your channel goes viral. And then the nearest comment is a year ago. Oh, I can't find it. I can go back to 7 years. If you want to stop your Gato from lagging, press the pause button, and it keeps that. Then start recording. I understand it used to happen to me. Yeah, I used to have a lot of lag in my videos, but yeah. What a miserable guy to start for an instance like that. You gotta be such a small person to come from someone's art and creativity. Yeah, this guy hoped my Switch braked because I booted him from the game. I hope you're a big YouTuber one day. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Should I send another? You can send another one if you want. Oh God, sorry, I gotta chill in my throat. There we go. But yeah, yeah. So that's such a weak insult. I hope your Nintendo Switch breaks basically is the same as I hope your pillow has no cold sides. Yeah. I've had some weird insults from people. I once got insulted by someone who called me a fat ass because I said no to playing with them on Minecraft. Literally, when I was doing these streams a couple of months ago, I had someone hound me for my friend code in a stream, and I looked at their channel and they were like 8 years old, so obviously I refused I didn't want to. And literally, it was Joe, friend code, in capital letters, spamming and moaning and this. I'm like, no. Guys, I made this 5 years ago. I didn't tell anybody about this build for 5 years. COVID-19 lockdown, 23rd of the 3rd, 2020. No gatherings, stay at home, self-isolate, clap for the NHS, exercise only once, only essential shopping, no school, no going more than 5 miles to see family. In honour of lockdown, in honour of what happened, I really like the build, apart from that block. But yeah, just built a little garden here. But, you know, it was a crazy time period. Like, all you could do is eat. So I knew quite a few people that put on quite a bit of weight. I do have stick drift because I'm using the Joy-Cons right now. I knew a lot of people that put on weight because that was the only thing they could do. Well, not the only thing they could do, but that's the only thing they could really do, like eat. You know, eating food, watching YouTube videos, watching films. That's why Tiger King took off. That's why Tiger King and Squid Game become two of the most popular TV shows, because no one was doing anything. More people were watching Street. Yeah, it's because my Switch is old. It's because my Switch is old. Yeah. I don't think that was particular. I haven't seen it, but I heard it wasn't like particularly. I heard it wasn't like, you know. No, I don't think. I didn't like that Squid Game. I've seen clips of it. I haven't watched it, but I didn't. It wasn't my style of thing. In fact, the gentleman that wrote it got forced to write a second and third season, and you can tell that he didn't care about it. The guy that wrote it, he got forced to do a second and third season, and you can tell that he didn't care. He didn't want to do it, and they forced him to write season 2 and 3. The problem with Squid Game is a lot of young people watched it and they shouldn't have, so there was kids reenacting things in schools. Yeah, my Switch has always had Switch has stick drift, but it's because the old generation, the first generation Nintendo Switch consoles all had stick drift. The first generation Switches had stick drift. Yes, Squid Game was an interesting one where basically the guy that wrote it towards the end he didn't want to do another season. How many seasons have they done now? Well, it's just popped up. Squid Game star 81 acquitted of sexual misconduct. Like, why? 22 episodes. Well, it's finished now. It's stopped airing now. But the guy that wrote it, he didn't want to do it. He didn't want it to. Obviously, it ran from September 21st. September 17, 2021 to June 27th. Season 3. They only had 6 episodes in the second season. In the third season, they only had 6 episodes. But the guy that wrote it... Well, the guy who wrote... The guy that wrote it tried to make it as a film in 2008. He had his mother and his grandmother had to take out loans to stay afloat, but because of a debit crisis within South Korea, he sold his laptop. But yeah, that I've never watched it, but I've heard it's not good. Some people said it was good, but most people don't really know what art is in like film. But with Squid Game, the guy that wrote it didn't even want to do a second or third season. He was forced to, and you can tell that he doesn't care. My friend even said that to me. My friend that's obviously not a filmmaker, not anyone that generally just watches TV series and films. He said to me, you can tell that he didn't want to write it. You can tell that there wasn't as much care in it put into the writing. And I said that to my friend. I said, it's because the guy didn't want to do a second or third season, and Netflix forced him. That's just how bad. Think about how bad that is, guys. Think about how bad that is. You're forcing writers to write stories. Think about how bad that is. Forcing writers to write think about how bad that is. Like, the writers know what they want to tell. So have you ever heard of the British Empire, guys? Probably not, because it's an old British comedy. The British Empire is an old British comedy series from the 90s. It was meant to end at season 5, and then they basically sacked all the writing staff and BBC forced them to continue. And because the BBC... Yeah, some people do force themselves to watch. Some people force themselves to watch TV series, thinking there's going to be a payoff. Hello, Viper Venom, welcome back. But yeah, there was a TV series called The British Empire. It's a British comedy series. Seasons 1 to 5 are really good, and then seasons 6 to 7, they basically sacked the writing staff because the writing staff basically decided to end it. And BBC refused. I reached 100k subs. Congratulations. But yeah, this British TV show, they forced they hired new writers and tanked the show because BBC tanked this comedy show. Just 100k, not 100k. I know you've reached 100. Sorry, I nearly said the K. I said the K by accident. You've reached 100 subs. Congratulations. I flinched when I heard 67. But yeah, seasons 6 and 7 of this comedy show collapsed the reputation of this show. because it should have ended on season 5, and they were forced to do 2 extra seasons that you didn't really, that shouldn't have been done. I was only loyal to a couple of shows that are no longer in development. Yeah, I mean, I'm only loyal to Doctor Who. I'm only loyal to Doctor Who. Like, all the good shows I like, there's not many shows that I want to watch at the moment. Bar, I want to watch the new Doctor Who spin-off they're doing, because that's meant to be quite dark. Doctor Who are very good at making Doctor Who dark spin-offs, and they're making one at the moment. It comes out next month. Haven't was a good. I've never heard of that. Yeah, I'm. The only one I've been loyal to in recent years is Doctor Who. I've watched every single Heaven. I've never heard of that one. I probably know how to drive without lessons. It's actually most of it common sense and clutch. Yeah, you probably do know how to drive. You probably do know how to drive, really. But you gotta learn via the lessons, because in case something goes wrong. Heaven. Oh, Haven. Yeah. Oh god. But yeah, TV shows though. Like I used to love all the DC shows, but I watched Supergirl to the end. I watched Batwoman to the end. I turned off Flash at season 6 because I thought it got bored. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Never watched it. I watched the James Cameron Avatar films. That's why they had to call it The Last Airbender. The only reason they called it The Last Airbender was because they went to call it just Avatar, and they suddenly found out that James Cameron had. They suddenly found out last minute that James Cameron had trademark on the name Avatar. That's why it's called The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender, because they found out after the end of film that James Cameron had just trademarked the name Avatar, because he was making Avatar at the same. He was making his Avatar films at the same time. Supernatural though, Supernatural is one of the shows I've never watched it, but how many seasons did it had? Call me a nerd if you want to. That's you're not even considered a nerd anymore. Back when I was in school, yeah, people that watched anime. Back when I was in school, yeah, people who watched anime were considered weird or considered nerdy. But, well, no, not really nerdy. They were considered weird, but it's not really a weird thing. I don't like the style of it. I don't like the style of it myself, but I wouldn't call anyone weird for watching it. You just speak how I do. I say words wrong I say words so wrong for no reason. Yeah, sometimes I say things and I regret saying it, and then I change the statement. But yeah, no, what I meant is, I wouldn't call someone weird. 10 years ago, yeah, it was probably seen as weird. Nowadays, it's not. I would rather, though, personally, anime not shown on British TV. That's just me, though, guys. I would rather anime not be shown on British TV, and we promote more British-made stuff, so young up-and-coming British filmmakers can have avenues and opportunities for their stuff to be shown. But that's just my personal preference. But I say that as a filmmaker, I would like the British Film Institute and organisations to offer more opportunities to British filmmakers than foreign filmmakers. But that's me as someone that studied film. I would love opportunities to show my work on the big screen, rather than something be imported from, like Japan, maybe America as well. Hello, Peter Official Griffin. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to end this stream in a minute, guys, because we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Probably more than 4 hours, actually. We've been streaming for over 4 hours, guys, actually. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Anime should be put just on stream plovers, then proper shows and series on TV. Yeah, I agree. I flicked on British TV a couple of weeks ago and I couldn't find a single thing that was made in the UK. 12-hour stream. I have done one of those before. Maybe we'll do one. Maybe we'll do one before Christmas. Maybe we'll do one before Christmas. It will be my Christmas gift to the subscribers. And to everyone on here who's, even if people aren't subscribers, they're more than welcome to be part of just a crazy little stream. La 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 la. Literally. Nearly 400 of you have watched this stream today. All I want for Christmas is a 12-hour stream. All I want for Christmas. How are you, people? I'm really good. How are you? Time to bed. Let's jump into this house where we have a switch bed. Guys, I wanted to hit 40,000 views this month. I wanted to see if we could hit 40,000 views this month. And I want to thank every single one of you, because at the moment, as it stands at the moment, we're closing down on 30,000 in 12 days. We're closing down on 30,000 in 12 days. Does it click like a switch? Does what click like a switch? I'm aiming to hit 40,000 views this month. As it stands, we're 11,000 away from. We got 29,000 in 11 days. That's our challenge. Our challenge is to hit 7,500 subscribers and hit 40,000 views this month, guys. We're almost there. The switch bed. Does it click like a switch? Click, yeah. What if a nuke was dropped on my legacy world? Then I just start a new series where I have to survive it. I just restart the series and try and rebuild it. I do a series. It'd be like Fallout, but we're trying to rebuild it. That would be a cool series, wouldn't it? Survival Legacy, Fallout Edition, Threads Edition. If you know, you know, the Threads Edition. If any of you've been here long enough, you would know the Threads joke. Threads is a nuclear war film made by the UK, made by the BBC in 1984. It cost £200,000, and it's the most accurate and harrowing nuclear war film of all time. It doesn't just go into the dramatic thing of the nuclear war. It goes into what would happen afterwards. It goes into, you know, how many people would die because of food, famine, the radiation, how many people would die from all of that. And it says 8 megatons was dropped on the UK. 8 megatons was dropped on the UK. It says right at the end of the film, 8 megatons was dropped on the UK, but the ensuing fallout resulted in the deaths of 30 million people. The UK pop at the time was like 50 million, so the UK population was halved. The UK population was halved. Was more than halved. A person was crashed out. Oh yeah, I've seen people do that. Crash out at the wrong thing. Fred scared me. Then it did its message. Then it did what it should have done. Then it did what it should have done. That skate park. Fred scaring you is actually. Then it did what. Then the film. Then the film did what it was meant to do. The whole point of that film is to scare you. It's meant to show you. Yeah, it is, but when you put it in a bomb, it's not. Which is very much true. Nuclear power is one of the safest. It's like It's like plane travel is statistically the safest way to travel, but if the plane falls out the sky, it also becomes the most dangerous way of travelling. Because if a plane falls out of the sky, you're not going to survive. If a boat sinks, there's a chance you can survive it. If a boat starts to sink, there's a strong chance you can survive. If a plane suddenly falls out of the sky, just hold your hands and hope it's quick. If you get what I mean, like even though a plane is technically the safest way to travel, people always the 3 nuclear meltdowns, they were because it was, yeah, that's true. Chernobyl and Fukushima was completely different. Fukushima wasn't human error. Chernobyl, I've only been on a plane twice, to Berlin and back from Berlin. I've been on a ferry 3 times though. Water kicking words out. Yeah, Chernobyl was an experiment gone wrong. Chernobyl was an experiment gone wrong, which caused a surge which blew the reactor up. You've never been on holiday before. Are you talking about a holiday away out of the country? Are you talking about on holiday in general or a holiday out of the UK? Holiday in general, blimey. I go on a holiday every year, but it's always to places in the UK, which I love. I prefer that. I actually prefer holidays in the UK than abroad, and the reason is a holiday in the UK. There's more to do. You can go on woodland walks. You can go up mountains. You can go in these places. A holiday abroad in like Spain, South France, Italy, all you've got is the beach. All you got is the beach. There's nothing else. I think the UK offers more to holidaymakers. The UK offers more to holidaymakers. The UK, for example, has got it's got hundreds of castles. Well, yeah, historically the UK is massive in history. You know, you can go to 5. We still have our main 5 Roman cities. Our main 5 Roman cities, we still have them. Chester, Colchester, London. Yeah, but if you go back to Roman history, you know, all of our 5 Roman cities are still here. The Roman cities in Britain, Carnarvon's one of them, Cambridge is one of them. Carnarvon's still there, Cambridge, Canterbury, Cardiff, Carmarthen. Some of these are towns. Here we go. Let's have a look. Ready? Here, these are the settings. Reject all. Londinium. Yeah, talking about like when you're talking about history, like the UK still have its Roman histories. The UK still has its Roman cities. So, for example, London still exists. I wish it would go and say. I wish it would say the names of them. Here we go. London's a Roman city. Chester's a Roman city. Bath's a Roman city. Cirencester's a Roman city. St Albans. Well, there's a lot of farms, but there's a lot of everything. But as per UK law, a lot of food has to be a certain amount of food has to be British made, has to be British produced. But it's like, talking about history, a lot of the Roman cities still exist. So Cirencester, Colchester, Chester, Bath, Gloucester, they're all and London, they're all Roman cities. Literally, London was burnt to the ground. What is now London was burnt to the ground. If you dig down in London, you find a layer of black ash. Literally, if you dig down in London, guys, if you dig down in a few feet in London, you come across a layer of black ash. Basically, if you dig down a few feet, if you dig deep into the ground beneath London or Colchester, you would eventually come to strands of reddish brown ash, and it's basically, literally, if you were to dig down in London and Colchester, you'd find a layer of ash, and this layer of ash is from in 2,000 years ago, Boudicca, one of the queens of the Britannic tribes, of the Celtic tribes, they murdered her husband and assaulted her children. So she led a revolution where they burnt down. Number 3 loyal viewer right now. I don't know. I can see who's above you. I can press top dance. Here we go. Yeah, David in Skate Punk, and you're third. Minecraft is E16 is fourth. Random Player PL, and then we've got loads of other people, and to the point that I can't scroll down anymore. Oh no, I can. I can go down to about 28 people. The lowest is YZoom2 because they only commented once on the whole stream. Something happened to you. But yeah, talking of which, with London, guys, if you dig down in London, Boudicca basically led a revolution and they burnt the city of London to the ground. To the point, the city of London was burnt to the ground to the point that it was so hot that the ground stayed burnt. So if you dig down in London, there's a mark of where 2,000 years ago London was just absolutely torched to the ground. You turned into a 4-year-old kid. I've never heard that one before. Guys, I'm probably going to end this stream in a minute because I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 6 minutes. We're gonna stay streaming for a minute though, because we are one view away from 400 views. And who's gonna be our 400th viewer? Who will be our 400th viewer of this YouTube live stream? We will find out in a minute. 400, 100, 100, 100, 400, 100, 100. Let's have a look. Thank you to the people. I appreciate you very much, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours, guys. Did I just see? Did you just do that to me? Come on. Thank you for the donation. That's really kind of you. Let's sneak around the back. If he's going to lose track of me for a moment. Surprise! He didn't notice me. He dead. Right. I noticed some eggs here. Basically, I have a, and we can see, is that a cat or a tiger? I can't tell in the stickers. I'm gonna quickly go through here, close the door, eat some food, and go up the stairs like this. Perfect. And we are at 400 views on the stream. Call your friends and tell them to stop by and leave a like. Well, that's not really bothered now. I'm ending the stream in a second because we've been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours. I'm nearly at 6,000 hours on this video game. And I've probably... Hello, free... I'm not even going to read your name, actually. Hello to everyone who's just joined. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, every single body that's just joined it. Am I lying? Why would I... What do you mean, am I lying? I've been streaming for 5 hours. I played nearly 6 hours. I've played nearly 6,000 hours of this game. Yeah, I'm not lying. Oh god, there we go. Welcome to the stream. I'm just reading a notification a second. Guess who I am? I have absolutely no idea who you are. That's like asking me to. If someone changes their name, I'm not going to remember who they are. Looks like old Minecraft version. Yeah, it is old Minecraft version. Starts with an E. An egg. Hello to end the game. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How are you to end the game? Thank you to the people who subscribed, by the way. As it stands, we are aiming to hit 8,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I want to see if I can hit. It's me. Oh, okay. I'm aiming to hit 8k subscribers by the end of the year. I thought so. I thought we had someone comment something similar the other day. I'm gonna end this stream in a second, guys, because we've been streaming for 5 hours, guys. Incredible stream. Gulp. 5 hours, guys. 5 hours. Have you ever seen anybody else with this dedication that I'm willing to sit here and stream? You can call me Bob. Welcome, Bob. Welcome, Bob. No, I've never commented like that. I had someone comment comment bizarre. We had this guy a couple of weeks ago. He was commenting about his dick size, which was just really bizarre. We've had weird comments on the stream, but I read it was the name. It was a name. I was about to read the name, then I read the next bit and was like, ah. In fact, there's a guy in my friend's. I was a pumpkin guy. Yeah, that comment cracked me up. That comment cracked me up. Actually, it was a rudish comment, like not rude, but kind of like a dirty comment. But it made me laugh. Actually, do you know how King Edward the Second died, guys? Yeah, I know. I saw you comment that, and I remember the comment. Guys, do you know? Do you guys want to know? Do you guys want to know how Edward the Second of England died? As well. Yeah, Edward the Second of England. He died because they shoved a red hot poker up his ass. So when you said about 20 pumpkins, I mean, this one king died because they shoved a red hot funnel up his ass. So he died painfully. That is true, Decepted. Yeah, King Edward II. Did it feel good? Of course it didn't feel good. He died in agony. Just... Well, Decepted might feel happy. I don't know. Perhaps we should do that to Decepted, guys, for an experiment. Testing how kings of England died. We've got Decepted here. We've tied him up, and we've got a red hot funnel. Yeah, I am going to end this stream in a second, like I said, because we have been streaming for 5 hours. And Decepted has got a brilliant name on my Discord server, guys. Decepted has a brilliant name. I'm getting a staff chat notification. This was a dead-ass piece of my college work in 2019. What the fuck is that, Decepted? That looks like it was made by Great Success. The project specification for this graph is Excel 2016. Form the team, work together, help the theatre, sort its prices out, create the database. Great success. Cause better, more. What the fuck is that? Just and then you've sent me a picture of Then you sent me a picture of my channel art of my YouTube channel. Fucking hell. My last video was that YouTube short. Was it really? This is from 2021 then, because I'd only just uploaded this video in late January. £5 is £5. £5 is £5. I agree. Deceptus just sent me a clip. I have a notification. I'm not sure where this is coming from. YouTube self-promote, because I put a photo. I've put something in my Discord server called YouTube self-promote, and it's basically where everyone can put their YouTube videos. So it's basically like a self-promote page for everybody. I remember this. What sort of timeline was this, Decepted? Although I like the picture of Borat. Borat, great success. Wow, it's a very nice. I have a chair. Would I prefer a gaming controller, because I'm terrible at keyboard and mouse? Well, some people who've watched a while, Decepted's got the mod. Decepted's a mod because Decepted is a close friend of mine, and I've known Decepted for a long time. In fact, Decepted knew me when I was skinny, which is quite an improvement, which is quite a story. Decepted knew me when I was skinny, which I'm just making that joke. What is my most creepy comment? My most creepy comment that I've ever got on YouTube was a guy on my streams a few months ago. He was really short. He was like 5'3" at 16 or something like that, and he was like 5'3" at 16 or something like that, and 5'2", sorry, and he was looking to be bigger than someone at something, so he randomly commented asking me my cock size, which obviously no one answered. No one answered, but why the guy commented that was just a fucking weird comment. The guy had a very, very weird comment. Fucking hell, I didn't expect to see a comment like that, but fucking hell. But yeah, this guy randomly commented his cock size. Not randomly commented his cock size, but randomly tried to ask everyone their cock sizes in the stream, which was just fucking weird. I can't believe you just put that and then put oops. Obviously, I know you're joking, but sorry, I don't get what you're talking about, Egg. Well, the guy asking was just weird. The guy asking was weird. I think he didn't like that people were shorter than him. Or am I joking? Well, you never know. But this guy that commented that months ago, he was really short, so he was like, I think he was like 16, 17, and he was like 5'2", which that's 6 or 7 inches shorter than most 16-year-olds are. 16, 17-year-olds are. So I think he was didn't like that he was shorter than everyone, so he was trying to prove his masculinity or something like that. How you prove your masculinity by commenting something like that, I have absolutely no idea though, guys. People comment some really weird shit. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I will end this stream in a second, because we've been streaming for 5 hours and 18 minutes. Legend Russian Spy is just putting a face in. Cool. Hello, Legend Russian Spy. Legend Russian Spy is a legend. Legend Russian Spy is a genuine Russian legend. How tall am I? I'm 5'9". I'm on the dot. 175. Well, I'm not 5'9" on the dot, but I'm 175, so that's 5'9". But yeah, this guy was like, then he got BDE. Why is everyone saying I got BDE? What the fuck is Bedrock Edition? Could be Bedrock Edition. I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Anyway, this polar bear, guys, has been here for years. I just don't know. He can actually get off, but he just doesn't. Anyway, guys, I will. Hello, spider. Goodbye, spider. Thank you for your XP levels and your spider eyes. That's good materials for me. And I will now go and end this stream, guys, because I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours and 20 minutes. So thank you for watching, everybody, and I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye.